Members, please take your seats. Members, take your seats, please. Members, please take your seats.
Members, take their seats.
Members, please take your seats.
Morning. Good morning, Heidi. Thank you. Hi, Steph. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Good morning. Okay, thank you. Hi, Mark. Members, take their seats.
Members of the House, if you could, please make sure that you're checking your clickers. Make sure that your name is on the back. Representative McLean his clicker was taken by somebody else, so please make sure that you are checking the names on the back of your clicker. Make sure it's you. Thank you.
Members, take their seats. We're going to start. The clerk has 3 quick announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple of reminders, please. If you are seated in the unmasked section, please remain in the unmasked section, and if you need to use the restrooms, they are available outside the doors. If you are in the masked section, please use the masked section bathrooms. Thank you. Parking validation. Remember that the stamps are at the 2 party tables. Lastly, if you are leaving early, please inform me either via text or email that you're leaving so we can excuse your votes. Also, you can either leave your clickers at your seats or at the tables in the rear. Thank you.
Before I officially start, everybody's been asking what's going to happen tomorrow. We've still got a number of bills to go through. I think we'll have to make that determination maybe about 1 o'clock or 1:30 or something of that nature as to what's going to happen. But it looks like, unless we're do our due diligence, we're not going to get through all the bills today, which means we will be coming back here tomorrow. We're looking at the weather. From all indications, it looks like we're in the area of 2 to 4 inches. I know that doesn't apply to everybody, but we'll have to, unfortunately, we'll just have to play it by ear and see how the day goes and see what the weather forecasts are. And we'll hopefully get through as much as we can today and maybe not have to come back tomorrow. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves that the House adjourn from the session of January 5th, 2022. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain, Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning. This morning I'd like to share in part a prayer written by Reverend Marcy Shermetta. As the dawn breaks on a new year, let us give thanks for all that we hold dear, our health, our family, and our friends. Let us release our grudges, our anger, and our pains, for these are nothing but binding chains. Let us live each day in the most loving ways, the God-conscious way. Let us serve all who are in need, regardless of race, color, or creed. Let us keep God of our own understanding in our hearts and to chant God's name each day. Let us lead the world from darkness to light, from falsehood to truth, and from wrong to right. Let us remember that we are all one, embracing all, discriminating against none. May our year be filled with peace, prosperity, and love. May God's blessings shower upon us and bestow upon each of us a bright, healthy, and peaceful new year. O God, guide the leaders that are gathered here today, that in turn they may guide us also into your ways. Bind us together by your love and cause us to know ourselves to be a people called out of darkness into your marvelous light. Guide our discussions in love and respect for you and for each other. May we hear your voice and feel your presence through the words spoken aloud this day. Lead and guide us, O God. Lead us in and through your love. Amen.
The chair recognizes a member from Deerfield, Representative Kevin Verville, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Aldrich, Bourras, Cushing, Dauntonville, Fenton, Litchfield, Pantelakis, Richards, Rouillard, Spang. The day, important business, Representatives Birch, Cornell, Cody, Ebel, Fargo, Macbeth, Moran, Myler, Salloway, Southworth. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Elliott, Sandler, Sofrakidis, Tanner.
These leaves of absence will be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will now attend to the continuation of the regular calendar, beginning with House Bill 238 from the Criminal Justice Committee. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 238, an act prohibiting provocations based on a witness's actual or perceived gender, gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation from being used as a defense in manslaughter cases. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Casey Conley from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Gary Hopper from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson to speak against the committee report.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise against the ought to pass motion on House Bill 238. Victims in these cases can be gay or straight, and the accused can be gay or straight. While the famous gay panic defense rarely works in court, it has sometimes been used along with other defenses to try to convince juries to select a lesser included offense of manslaughter instead. Much of the reason why we have a trial by jury is to allow you, when facing life in prison, to allow you to argue why your actions may have been criminal but were not so evil as to justify life in prison. I am probably the only member of this general court who has actually had to face life in prison for a legally justifiable act. In my case, the evidence showed that my actions were completely justified legally. For others who've attacked, injured, or even killed another, the need to present the whole story, the entire case, warts and all, to a jury of their peers is truly a matter of life and death. Denying the accused a due process right before a jury of their peers to try to humanize or mitigate their actions violates a fundamental due process right that is older than this country itself, the Article 15 right under our New Hampshire Constitution, quote, to be fully heard in his defense by himself and counsel, unquote. Under separation of powers, our role is to protect rights, not to erode them. We have never knowingly taken away a due process right, and this bill would be a dangerous precedent and a major overreach on the part of the general court. While we may not regard the gay panic defense as, quote, objectively reasonable, unquote, the notion of a judge telling a man accused that he cannot speak in his own defense or that the facts must be kept out only for political reasons is an ominous one. Red button.
The chair recognizes Representative Abbas to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Manslaughter is defined as when a person causes the death of another while under the influence of extreme mental or emotional disturbance caused by extreme provocation by which would otherwise constitute murder. This bill does not carve out a special class for any group of individuals. The bill as written would apply to the LGBTQ plus community as well as straight individuals. But what would be happening, someone who is charged with murder would be claiming that they were provoked to commit the act of murder based on someone's sexuality. Such a defense, I don't believe, is as reasonable to be raised in today's society. Realistically, what this amounts to is a mitigation defense. And defenses to crimes, including murder, can be legally defined. For example, one cannot claim duress as a defense to commit the act of murder. When this defense is raised, the defendant raising it has already conceded that they killed someone, and they're simply trying to reduce their charge from murder to manslaughter. Essentially, the killer is claiming that they should receive a lesser sentence because they murdered someone because of the victim's sexuality, gender, or gender identity. And what makes it manslaughter was the fact of how that person lives their life. If the victim's sexuality, gender, or gender identity serves as the motivation to commit murder, it should not be acceptable that would actually lesser the sentence. It actually serves as a motivation for the crime that they committed. To make matters worse, while this would play out in a courtroom, the victim's family, who had a family member murdered, would be sitting in the courtroom listening to the killer attempt to mitigate their egregious behavior by presenting what I would classify as otherwise a hate speech. For that reason, I don't believe that this defense would ever work in the courtroom in New Hampshire, and for that reason, we should not allow it to be raised. Therefore, please join me in pushing the green button and support ought to pass. Thank you.
Question before us is the majority report of ought to pass on House Bill 238. Are you ready for the question?
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Byrd has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded?
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Just a minute. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. For what reason, member rise?
It's probably too late now. I wanted to make a motion to table.
It is too late. We are in the voting mode right now. I put the question out. So, roll call.
They're on the same side. I don't know if Abrams wants to do it.
Okay.
Are you doing the PI? I guess Sylvia's going to do the PI on this. Just to be clear, when you say are you ready for the question, somebody requests that.
The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Sylvia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very simply, if I believe our Constitution provides that every defendant have a right to produce any defense, and our due process requires such, would I then press the red button?
The chair recognizes Representative Conley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that around the country this discriminatory gay panic defense is used successfully to excuse the murder of members of the LGBTQ+ community. And if I know that this bill does not dismiss traditional self-defense claims and does not deny existing due process defense, and if I further know that our state values personal freedom and that our state ranks very high in protecting LGBTQ+ rights, if I know all this, would I then press the green button to pass HB 238? Thank you.
The question is on House Bill 238, the majority report of ought to pass. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alisea, Representative Ankerberg, Representative Ayer, Representative Cross. Try again. Representative Ankerberg, sorry. Representative Van Houten, are you here today? She's not. Representative Sodi, are you here?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. (223) voting yea, 118 voting nay. Committee reports adopted.
We have no debate on this. It's just the amendment and then the bill.
Majority of Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 579, an act requiring notice to the public before immigration checkpoints are conducted. We consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Little Harriet Gothright from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Chris True for the minority of the committee. Committee amendment is 2201H, printed in House Record 48, page 98. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us is the ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 579. Are you ready for the question? Representative Byrd has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
Now, the House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Muse for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, If I know that the federal immigration checkpoints can represent a significant intrusion on civil liberties, cause delays for local residents, and provoke anxiety among new citizens and legal immigrants that can be alleviated with a simple public notice, then would I press the green button and say yes to HB 579. Thank you.
The question is on the majority committee report on House Bill 579. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Levitt, are you here today? Is Representative Trelevin here? Is Representative Snow here? Representative Porter? Representative Prudhomme O'Brien? Representative Nutting Wong? Representative Lockman? Representative Lundgren, Representative Maggiore, Representative Mangiaputi, Representative Mann, John Mann, Representative Marston, can you try, Representative? Try. Okay. Representative Frost? Representative Cohen? Pushing it out. Just try pushing it.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (254) voting yea, 85 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred, House Bill 598. It's getting awful loud in here. If you're near a microphone and you're having a conversation, then it doesn't help. It amplifies the noise. So please take that into consideration also. An act relative to the portion of the minimum sentence to be served to be eligible for parole. When considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Dick Marston from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Linda Harriet Garthwaite from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Harriet Garthwaite to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to HB 598 ITL. HB 598 is not a repeal. However, it's a strategic sense. It's truth in sentence reform. HB 598 reforms New Hampshire's antiquated and extreme truth in sentencing policy and works as a mechanism to undo many years of ineffective, expensive, and harmful policies that have contributed to mass incarceration and racial disparities in the criminal legal system here in New Hampshire. The 1980s saw a wave of so-called get tough on crime policies. These included mandatory minimums, 3-strike laws, and a policy known as truth in sentencing, which required that people serve a certain percentage of their minimum sentence before being eligible for parole. These 1980 policies were extreme, and we've spent the past few decades walking them back. The committee passed legislation already this section to remove some of the remaining mandatory minimums that we still have on the books here in New Hampshire. This legislation would reform our antiquated and extreme truth in sentencing policies. Different states adopted different versions of truth in sentencing, with New Hampshire adopting the most extreme option, 100%, while some states required people to serve 70 or 80%, and in some cases, 60%. This requirement has prevented New Hampshire from being able to grant time off for good behavior, meaning for decades we have lacked the ability to incentivize rehabilitation, a central purpose for incarceration after punishment. Moreover, truth in sentencing have resulted in people spending more time in prison, meaning a higher price tag for taxpayers who must pay for every day someone spends in prison, with 1 year in prison costing taxpayers roughly $40,000. Truth in sentencing is expensive, extreme, and outdated. Many other states have repealed or amended their truth in sentencing laws, including those states that have fewer extreme versions to begin with. The 1980s notion that if we were just extreme enough in our punishments, we could deter or even end crime has been consistently disproven. Extreme sentencing causes far more harm than good. The goal of incarceration should be punishment rehabilitation, and we need to amend our policies accordingly. HB 598 would amend our truth in sentencing law to require that people serve 50% of their minimum before being eligible for parole. Being eligible for parole does not mean that a person will automatically be paroled. It means they can apply, and the parole board will make a determination on a case-by-case basis. So that's the other option, whereas today, all cases are treated pretty much the same, and there's no incentive to do better or work on your incarceration or your rehabilitation. So this bill also starts with you're not eligible to go before the parole board if your minimum is less than 5 years. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask that everyone press the red button to vote against the bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Klein Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parole systems were designed to give every incarcerated individual the opportunity to earn release and have a fair, transparent process for deciding whether or not they are granted this release. Over the years, many states have reformed the policies that would ensure consistency and fairness in how they identify those who should receive parole, when those individuals should be up for another review for parole, and what parole conditions the individual must follow if they even were to be released. Remember, people, we are simply talking about the right to a hearing. This bill has been worked on by many professional stakeholders, criminal justice lawyers, and our very own criminal justice chair, who was also a sponsor on this bill. In good faith, both sides of the aisle came together to work on making this process more just and fair. We did this because some of our laws have not been updated in decades. We know this. We recognize our responsibility and role as legislators to update outdated laws, to protect our citizens, ensuring everyone is treated the same in a system that was designed to inspire hope and trust in the justice system. By not updating these laws, they do not fit the times, and we erode the principles that allow our people to trust that they will be treated fairly. Not only was this a bipartisan bill, it was our last bill hearing for the year and the only one we had that day. We met at 10 a.m. to listen to an amendment that would address concerns held by all of us. Everyone was notified of the amendment. Transparency had never been in question since this bill had been worked on for months by both parties. The hearing only consisted of 2 people testifying, one of which was a parole board member. Upon asking them a series of questions on how the parole system works, we learned several very important pieces of information. Number 1, New Hampshire is the only state in the United States of America that requires an inmate to serve 100% of their minimum sentence before being eligible for a parole hearing. Again, this is just a right to a hearing. Number 2, we learned that in order to be eligible for parole, inmates must complete a number of hours participating in classes and rehabilitation activities to even reach a chance at a hearing. Number 3, and this one was a kicker, the parole member on record informed us that an inmate cannot even start classes or other forms of rehabilitation until a judge signs off on this request. Can I be heard, please?
It's getting a little noisy again. Member does have a right to speak. Member may continue.
The parole board member on record informed us that an inmate cannot even start classes or other forms of rehabilitation until a judge signs off on this request. They went on to say that not only are there hundreds of backlogged cases, there would not be enough parole board members to have these hearings, proving that our prisoners couldn't even start the parole and good behavior rehabilitation programs even if they wanted to. So not only are we denying people the right to a hearing, we are now denying them the right to start the rehabilitation process. What had once been a bipartisan lift, a group effort to do honest work and fix a broken system for our people, now divided us because of staffing issues. In what world do you think it is justifiable to deny someone the right to a fair shake and strip them of their due process because there are simply not enough staff? A bipartisan bill that would have updated an old law bringing us up to the standards of all other 50 states, a bill that would simply offer a person the right to a hearing. Due process is not a partisan issue and affects us all. The justice system was designed to uphold fairness and equality that we all have a right to, because without that fairness, what is the point? That day, my colleagues voted to strip the citizens of their due process rights because of staffing issues. If you feel that it is justifiable to keep a human being locked up behind bars, taking years of their life away from them, affecting their families, communities, without the right to fair due process...
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason did the member rise?
Parliamentary inquiry. When our colleagues...
You can only do a point of order at this point.
Okay, point of order then, please.
What is your point of order?
When our colleague says the word you, is she speaking about all of us in the room, or is she talking to you directly, Mr. Speaker? I'm confused.
Globally, thank you for your question.
It wasn't a question.
Yep.
It was for you to address.
It wasn't a question. I honestly, Representative, I am not sure who she was addressing. I would assume the members in the chamber right now.
Mr. Speaker, further question?
Further point of order.
It sounds to me that she's painting her colleagues on the Criminal Justice Committee in an unfavorable light. Is that what it sounds like to you?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I'm feeling insinuated
Wait,
against.
wait. Just a minute. I cannot answer that question one way or the other. Who was she was addressing or wasn't addressing? The member may continue. For what reason does the member rise?
Question of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Only a point of order right now, Representative.
A question does not stop another member in debate.
I'm sorry. Was that permission to speak?
A question, yeah.
The question that I have is, the word you is often a rhetorical. Is it not possible that we all, every single one of us, use you as a rhetorical device regularly in this chamber without being interrupted in our speech? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The point. The House will come to order. The member may continue.
I'm sorry that if I offended anybody.
Just continue, Representative.
If you feel that it is justifiable to keep a human being locked up behind bars, taking years of their life away from them, affecting their families and communities without the right to fair due process because we need to hire more people, then fine, kill this bill. But if you think that not having enough parole members is an egregious excuse to keep people incarcerated and affects the fairness of our justice system, and that it is not the responsibility nor the fault of someone that is behind bars for the government's hiring process, then will you support overturning the ITL and stand up for due process, as is our duty as elected officials?
The chair recognizes Representative Roy to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Criminal Justice Committee, having heard testimony from the Parole Board, the ACLU, and various witnesses, actually it came down that it was a bipartisan issue, and we agree that some change is necessary. What my colleague previously said regarding safety in the country and the reason we have these sentencing laws is the reason that New Hampshire is the safest state in the country. Having said that, we do agree that some work is needed to be done on the sentencing laws. However, the other side's proposal of 50%, only having to serve 50% of the minimum sentence, was way beyond what we were willing to work for. I feel that much work is needed to be done on this issue. With regard to the comments repeatedly made about due process was granted at a trial where they were judged by a jury of their peers, and the appellate process is available to all inmates. Unless we, the legislature, set a process for them to follow, due process has been followed. So I ask you to join me in voting to support the ITL and recommendation of the committee. Thank you.
Question before us on House Bill 598 is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. The division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division. This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Conley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know, New Hampshire is the only state where inmates must serve 100% of their minimum sentence. And if I further know that the New Hampshire prison population increased tenfold since the Truth in Sentencing law took effect in the early 1980s. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 598 would give inmates a real incentive to improve their lives in prison, to rehabilitate themselves so that they could qualify for parole. If I know all that, would I press the red button to defeat this motion so another one could be made? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Abetz for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm now here at C3. If I know that a HB 598 would retroactively reduce sentences that includes sentences that were part of a plea agreement with the Victims of a Violent Crimes Blessing, if I know that that would amount to an injustice to victims of violent crimes, would I go ahead and push that green button to support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate? Thank you.
The question is on HB 598, the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Stand by. Representative Dodge. Representative Ayer. Representative Herbert. Representative Lundgren. Was Southworth out today? Was Southworth out? We don't have.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 171 voting no. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, which was referred, House Bill 620 FN Local.
an act requiring law enforcement agencies to gather and analyze certain demographic information. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Testament from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Ray Newman from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Muse to speak against the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, may I make a motion to table?
You may.
Motion to table.
The motion before us is to table. Are we going to do parliamentary inquiries or just... Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. 620 is laid on the table. Majority of Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, which was referred, House Bill 629 FN, an act relative to the home cultivation of cannabis plants and the possession of certain cannabis-infused products. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Scott Wallace for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Casey Conley from the minority of the committee. For what member does the purpose rise? Purpose does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm making a motion to table. Again.
Motion is in order. Question. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Division! The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 629. House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that nearly 80% of New Hampshireites support re-legalization of marijuana, although this is more of a compromise bill, if I know that this is one of the simplest bills before us on marijuana policy, and if I also know that there's a very strong chance that this will be an overturned ITL bill and that a number of people have signed up to speak on this, would I now press the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Abbas for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there are several bills that have been filed this term that address cannabis, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that there's been a lot of compromises and discussions made that is part of a lot bigger picture, and this particular bill will contradict some of the provisions of other bills, would I go ahead and push that green button, support the motion to table?
The question before us is on House Bill 629, the tabling motion. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Berezhny. Representative Boards. Representative Mann, you're all set.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to the state of the vote. 144 voting nay, 210 voting nay, 144 voting yea, 210 voting nay. The motion to table fails. Now, we're now back to the majority report of interim study. Chair recognizes Representative Abramson to speak against the committee report.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak against the majority report of interim study on House Bill 629 FN, home cultivation of cannabis. This simple bill would allow inhabitants to grow up to 6 plants and share with those over 21, age 21, in your own home. It is not and never has been the job of government to try to protect you from hurting yourself. And outside of 1950s B horror movies, it has never been the job of government to protect you from a plant. Congress has voted to step up the war on drugs many times since President Lyndon Johnson announced, I can barely hear myself. Mr. Speaker,
Can we please have it quiet in the chamber? The member has a right to be heard. If you're going to leave and go out in the hallway, please do it quietly. The longer it takes for us to get through these bills, the longer we're going to be here, and the longer we're going to have to come in tomorrow. So I ask everyone to please respect the rights of the member speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congress has voted to step up the war on drugs, which is essentially a war on marijuana users, many times since President Lyndon Johnson announced the experiment on national television in 1967, resulting in an increase in crime and an expansion of the illegal black market drug traffic each time, which is what we're trying to combat with this bill. Members should not try to satisfy their cravings to control others by maintaining outdated laws that no longer enjoy public support. Why interim study such a simple bill? Just pass it and be done with it. Please press the red button.
Chair recognizes Representative Warden to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over here on microphone C3. As we've done many times in the past years, we saw yesterday that this body is in favor of restoring the right of possessing a plant product for personal use. I believe we got caught up yesterday on the question of taxes and additional bureaucracy. But this bill at hand strips out those needless regulations. It is a straightforward, common sense bill to treat adults like adults. There is no taxation involved, which should please my friends on this side of the room who don't like taxes. This is truly a bipartisan issue with strong and wide support from Granite Staters. The war on cannabis is a war on people. Those people are our neighbors and our constituents. Let's do the right thing this morning and expand freedom for the people of New Hampshire. I implore my colleagues to vote no on this motion so that another motion can be brought forward. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Connolly to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll keep this brief. We've already covered this issue pretty well. This is a clear, simple bill. It would legalize cannabis for adults 21 and older, and it's essentially a possession bill. No retail sales at all in this bill. And I'll just leave it at that. This is a bill that has passed this body 2 years ago with a veto-proof margin. It does not need more study. I ask that we overturn the committee report so another could be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Abbas to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of interim study. And the reason why I believe this bill will benefit from further studying by the committee is that, as I said several times yesterday, and I'll repeat myself today, that there are several bills that even have not even had a public hearing that involve issues related to cannabis, including restrictions on the possession limits, and there needs to be unification amongst those policies. If we were to pass this bill, we would be passing several bills that all have a different possession amount. And we need to be unified on this subject if we're going to put anything forward. To my colleague who just spoke, is a co-sponsor of the bill that we have right now in the committee of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee that I believe, will pass this body. I'm hoping it passes with the veto-proof majority as well. But in order for us to put forward the best bill possible, we cannot just keep passing all these bills that have inconsistent possession limits. It creates confusion it would create confusion amongst the public, and it sends mixed messages on the exact policy we want to put forward. So please support me in supporting the committee's recommendation for interim study, and please push that green button. Thank you.
Question before us is the majority report of interim study on House Bill 629. Division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Division. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that motions for interim study are done to hold on to a bill, not to kill a bill, and if I know that this is one of the simplest bills in front of this body, simply legalizing or re-legalizing personal growing and sharing within your own home among adults over 21. And if I know that all of the issues that need to be resolved have already been resolved through the course of the debate and the public hearings, would I now press the red button?
The chair recognizes Representative Abbas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to waive off the PI.
The question before us is on House Bill 629, the majority report of interim study. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Altshuler. Representative Bixby. Representative Levesque. Representative John McDonald. Representative Howard, Representative Bill Nelson, Representative Perez, Representative Yakubovich,
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 122 voting yea, 231 voting nay. The committee report of interim study fails.
Mr. Speaker, I'm on microphone C3.
Yes.
For motion.
Recognize yourself.
Mark Warden,
Yes.
C3. I move ought to pass on HB 629.
Okay, the motion is ought to pass on House Bill 629. Are you ready for the question?
Division.
A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. Division! The House will come to order. The question is on House Bill 629, the report of ought to pass. This is the division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Callum, is Representative Levesque here today? Representative McAleer, Representative Yakubovich, I saw him.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 241 voting yea, 113 voting nay. Committee report of ought to pass is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 632, an act banning a sentence of life imprisonment without parole for a juvenile convicted of homicide. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate Senator Dave Testerman from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Casey Conley from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Conley to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise again to speak against the committee recommendation, this time for HB 632. This bill would eliminate the sentence of life without parole for juvenile offenders. Life without parole is the maximum sentence any judge could issue. It's reserved for the worst offenders who commit the most awful, violent, heinous crimes. There's no disputing that, and there's no getting around that point. But we know that juvenile offenders are different from adults. We know that human brains are still developing and still maturing until we turn 25. Intense emotions, impulse control, anger management, these are things we learn as we age. These are also factors that can influence a child's thinking or lack thereof before they commit a terrible crime. It's also worth considering the purpose of prison within the criminal justice system. Yes, part of it is about punishment, but it is also about rehabilitation. For a juvenile sentenced to life without parole, there is no opportunity for rehabilitation for a crime they committed as a child. This punishment says that the child is irredeemable. I don't believe that. Finally, I will note that ending the sentence of life without parole for juvenile offenders does not guarantee any offender will get out. It only guarantees they will have a chance at some point to go before a parole board. This kind of change would not be groundbreaking for our state. 25 states plus Washington, D.C. have abolished this sentence. New Hampshire should join these states, and we can by overturning the committee recommendation and passing this bill. So I would ask you again to overturn the committee report so another motion could be made. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, back in C3.
Yes, Representative.
Could I ask the representative a question, please?
Does the member yield to a question?
Sure.
The member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. So, if I understand this correctly, a 15 or 16-year-old who's convicted of murder could still face 20 or 25 years in jail. Let's face it, to a 15-year-old is a lifetime if this bill would pass. And it just bans that they can't go forever without parole. Is that correct?
Representative, you addressed the situation well.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Roy to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee, after hearing testimony, came to the conclusion that this bill should be inexpedient to legislate. What is not well known is that life in prison for juveniles, mandatory life, unlike for adults, is already illegal. The United States Supreme Court has ruled that mandatory life for juveniles is illegal, and therefore it's not imposed. It is left up to a judge to decide, after hearing the facts, weighing the evidence, hearing from the victims and the defendant, to make the decision whether or not to sentence a juvenile to life in prison. In making that decision, the judge takes into account the age of the offender. We cannot do that. We cannot be at every trial. We cannot hear all the facts of the trial. We do not know the victims. If a juvenile at 17 years old commits murder and the judge finds the character of the crime so heinous, he may indeed sentence him to life without parole. Juveniles, nowadays, many of them have extensive records by the time they already become adults and have proven themselves to be ill-fitted for rehabilitation. Another aspect of the criminal justice system, besides punishment and rehabilitation, is protecting the public from dangerous offenders. It is left to the judge to decide, and it is best left in his hands or her hands after hearing all the facts of each case, knowing whether or not someone is worthy of rehabilitation or not. I would ask you to support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate and leave this in the hands of the judiciary where it belongs. Thank you.
Question before us is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 632. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. This will be a division vote.
Division.
The question before us is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 632. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alisea. Representative Cushman. Representative Ham. Representative Nordgren. Got it. Representative O'Brien.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to the state of the vote. 181 voting yea, 174 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, 1A, Representative Sumsich, 1A.
Yes, Representative.
I'd like to make a motion to rehear, to reconsider our vote on 629, the cannabis bill, and I encourage everyone to vote against reconsideration.
You're making a motion to reconsideration on 629. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The nays have it. Reconsideration is not accepted. Majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, which was referred Senate Bill 92 FN, an act relative to increasing the penalty for criminal mischief, the release of a defendant pending trial, and requiring law enforcement candidate background checks. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Majority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Bourdonnais for the minority of the committee. What reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make a motion to table Senate Bill 92.
The motion is in order. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 92 is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes. Oh,
Okay? I need to read it first, Representative. Majority Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 20, FNA Local, an act establishing the Richard Dick Hinch Education Freedom Account Program. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Glenn Cordelli for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator David Luno for the minority of the committee. What reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to move that HB 20 be laid on the table.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to lay HB 20 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. HB 20 is laid on the table. Majority Committee on Education, to which was referred House Bill 136, an act requiring schools to update documents and software to include the option of identifying a student as non-binary. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Alicia Lekas for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Stephen Woodcock for the minority of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion.
Well, what is the motion?
I would like to move that HB 136 be laid on the table.
The motion is in order. The motion before us is that House Bill 136 be laid on the table. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. This is a division vote.
Division.
Woodcock is going to do it here.
Cordelli. This will be a division vote on House Bill. This will be a division vote on House Bill 136. The motion is to lay on the table. The chair recognizes Representative Woodcock for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill is simply a change on a computer program, if I know this bill costs the state nothing, if I know this bill helps parents of marginalized students, I would ask you to vote no on lay it on the table so we may be able to debate this bill after. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Cordelli for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that, contrary to the minority report, the Department of Education is not required under this legislation to make any change, and if I know that only local districts are to make the requested changes, but they can make those changes without this legislation, and if I know that the basic question we have to ask is legislation needed, and the answer to this, for this bill, is no, would I now press the green button?
The question is on the tabling motion on House Bill 136. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abramson. Representative Bernardi. Thank you, Representative Espedio. Representative Diane Kelly. Representative Close. Representative Stavis.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (194) voting yea, 163 voting nay. The motion to table passes. Okay, it's Kim. Just so everybody knows, we're going to be alternating speakers during the course of the day, so nobody gets too burnt out for the standing up here for 8-9 hours. So, Representative Rice.
The House will be in order. Good morning, friends. The Committee on Education, to which was referred HB 214, an act relative to school building aid grants, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Amendment number 2225H, printed in House Record 48, pages 87. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now we're on to ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Woo, look at me go. Okay, don't go far. Okay. The majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred HB 255, an act relative to limited liability for institutions of higher education and businesses, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass as amended. Amendment number, nope. Scooch right onto the second page. The minority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred HB 255, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report that the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Luno for the minority of the committee.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a motion, please.
What is your motion?
I'd like to lay 255 on the table.
Would you like to speak to your motion? Oh, never mind. I'm learning. Are you ready for the question?
I will do a PI.
Did you want to do... A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? Who requested the roll call? Representative Cushman. And it is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats.
Roll call.
And Representative Ladd is going to do the PI, but I'll call Basic first. Okay. This is a roll call vote. The members should be taking their seats. Okay, the motion is to lay HB 255 on the table. Representative Blasek is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that the primary function of government is to protect individual rights from infringement, and if I know that the number one issue I hear from my constituents are about medical mandates, then I would press the red button to oppose the tabling motion so we can have this debate on this very important amendment.
The chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I know the Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans got it right in putting a hold on the vaccine mandate in the workplace, if I further know that public interest is best served by maintaining the liberty of individuals to make their own intensely personal decisions, however, if I also know this bill, as amended, has created a constitutional conflict between personal rights and the rights of private business owners, would I then support this tabling motion, but know that a mandatory vaccine work requirement is counterproductive to our economy and way of life? Thank you.
The question is, should HB 255 be laid upon the table? Press the green button for yes and red for no. The voting stations will be open for 30 seconds. Okay.
Representative Craig. Representative Mackey.
Have all members voted who were here when the question was put? House will attend to the state of the vote. 213 voting yes, 142 voting no. HB 255 is laid upon the table. Oh, here's your stuff.
Madam Speaker,
For what purpose does the member rise?
I'd like to make a motion on HB 607.
I don't have the bill in front of us yet. Thank you. The majority of the Committee on Education to which was referred, HB 607FN, an act establishing a local education savings account for students, having considered the same, report the same without the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Marjorie Porter for the minority of the committee. The amendment 2250H, printed in House Record 48, pages 101 to 106. Are you ready for the question?
Madam
Representative
Speaker.
Wolf, I apologize. What is your motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry I jumped the gun. I would like to table 607. I'd like to ask for a division vote and do a PI.
Okay, thank you. So the motion on the floor is to table HB 607. A roll call has been requested by Representative Cordell Spillane. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yes, it is. Members will take their seats. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
But you guys, I don't want this bill to pass.
The motion on the floor is to table HB 607FN. Representative Wolf is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that HB 607, as impactful as it would be on local property taxes and student education, has barely been vetted at all.
House will be in order.
And, Madam Speaker, if I know that the consequences of moving forward on such a program that commits local property tax dollars would be enormous and long-lasting for many communities. And, Madam Speaker, since I also know that we just passed a school choice program only 4 months ago, and it has already gone well over budget. And if I know that there is no accountability for the educational results from this bill. Therefore, would I now press the green button and table this legislation? Thank you.
Representative Ladd is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I know there are some who oppose local education freedom accounts as proposed in 607 because of misinformation disseminated by the education establishment claiming that program diverts taxpayer money from the traditional public schools, but that is not reality because this program will spend much, much less per pupil than average New Hampshire public school cost per student of $20,000 per student. And if I know that HB 607 is enabling legislation requiring a 60% supermajority of district voters that can also be rescinded by a similar action at any time, and if I believe educational opportunity provided by a local education freedom account is created first and foremost to give parents the power to choose the educational options and core knowledge learning that are best for their children, while public school education as a result of education choice will benefit and innovate more competition in education. Would I then press the red button to oppose the tabling motion?
The motion on the floor is to table House Bill 607FN. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds. Have all members, oh, wait a minute.
Representative McBride. Thank you.
Have all members voted, had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. Yes, 187, no, 170. HB 607 is laid upon the table. The House will be in order. The majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred HB 608 FN, a local, an act relative to the formula for determining funding for an adequate education, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Rick Ladd for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative David Luno for the minority of the committee. For what purpose does the member rise?
Madam Speaker, I rise to make a motion.
What is your motion?
I'd like to make a motion to table HB 608.
The motion on the floor is to table HB 608. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Division vote. Oh, okay, I heard you. Division vote has been called. Members will take their seats.
Division!
Okay, I thought so. Okay. He called it before. Yeah. Yeah. This is a division vote. The members should be taking their seats. The motion on the floor is to lay HB 608 on the table. The chair recognizes Representative Luno for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I know that here in New Hampshire, our school funding framework is broken. It's broken for students and it's broken for taxpayers. And if I know that many legislators have heard from their constituents about doing something to fix school funding, and if I know that House Bill 608 isn't a perfect solution, and if I know that House Bill 608 does need some more work, would I oppose the tabling motion so that another motion could be made for an interim study of 608. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Ladd is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I know I don't want to be here on Friday, and if I also know that there is a working subcommittee comprised of folks from Finance Division 2 and Policy working on the adequacy formula at this time, would I then support the motion made and vote green? Thank you.
The motion on the floor is to table HB 608. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you are opposed, you'll press the red button. The voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative Allegro. Representative Baldessaro. Representative DiLorenzo, Representative Fadolfi, Representative Edwards, Representative Gallagher, Representative Laflamme, Representative Lascelles. You're good now, Representative. Representative Edwards, you're all set. Representative Melvin, Representative Jody Nelson, Representative Porter, Representative Shurtleff, Representative Stapleton, Representative Rhodes, try it. Representative Pearl, Representative Weber, Representative Warden, Representative Welch, Representative Harvey Bolia, Representative Warden, you're all set. Is Harvey Bolia here?
Have all members had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 193 yes, 154 no. HB 608 is laid upon the table. The majority of the Committee on Education, to which was referred SB 44, an act establishing the New Hampshire Workforce Pathway Program, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Glenn Credelli for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Marjorie Porter for the minority of the committee. For what purpose does the member rise?
To make a motion, Madam Speaker.
Please state your motion.
I'd like to make a motion to table SB 44.
The motion on the floor is to table SB 44. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Oh, wait a minute. What? You did? I didn't hear. Did someone say division? Okay, it's a division vote. I really need people to speak a little louder because I honestly did not hear anyone. So this will be a division vote. Members will take their seats.
Division.
Okay, Representative Porter is recognized to make a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I know that SB 44 proposes a worthwhile program to help our constituents in our state and really deserves to be heard, and if I also know I prepared a nice speech and I'd really like to give it, Would you please vote no on laying on the table so we can move on with this bill? Thank you.
Representative Ladd is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I know by voting green, we will get on with business even sooner. Please vote green.
The motion on the floor is to table SB 44. Are you ready? Are you ready? The voting stations will be open for 30 seconds. Forgot where I was for a minute.
Representative Baroudi, Representative Bergeron, Representative Amanda Bolden, Representative Deshays, Representative Fadolfi, Representative Infantine, Representative McBride, Representative Perez, Representative Post, Representative Page, Representative Terry, Representative Vale, Representative Welch, Representative Walsh, Representative Hall, Representative Vose. All set, Representative Perez. Thank you. Representative Walsh? No.
Have all members had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 201 yeas, 148 nays. SB 44 is laid upon the table. On to election law. Okay. All right. The majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred HB 87, an act relative to the definition of electioneering, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Joe Sweeney for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Paul Bergeron for the minority of the committee. Amendment 2246H, printed in House Record 48, page 75. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion and the amendment is adopted. Now we just go on to the list, right? The question now is on the majority recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Is somebody yelling at me again?
Ma'am?
Who is rising?
Representative Parshall,
For what purpose does the member rise?
I would like to table this amendment, or table this vote.
Okay, to table the bill? Sir? Okay, the motion on the floor is to table HB 87. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members will take their seats. I don't know. Is anybody? No PIs? No PIs? Paul is doing it. Okay. Okay. No, Joe Sweeney said he was doing it. Okay, this will be a roll call vote on tabling HB 87. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations will be open for 30 seconds. Oh, I forgot the PIs. I'm so sorry. We're already voting. I'm so sorry.
Representative Vitine. Representative Welkowitz, Representative Trottier, Representative Stevens, Representative Sullivan, Representative Taberge, Representative Page, Representative Muirhead, Representative Mel Moran, Representative Merchant, Representative Fidolfi, Representative Egan,
Have all members had the opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 166 yeas, 184 nays. The motion fails. The question is now on the majority report of ought to pass as amended on HB 87. Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 87 would allow anyone other than election officials to enter a polling place wearing clothing or paraphernalia that promotes a candidate, party, ballot question, and stay inside the polling place for as long as they want to. The majority report argues that New Hampshire electioneering law should be repealed because a Minnesota electioneering law was struck down by the Supreme Court. Well, the Supreme Court did not say that states could not prohibit campaign displays inside polling places. They said that, quote, Minnesota has not supported its good intentions with a law capable of reasoned application. The court went on to credit the states of Texas and California for having electioneering laws that prohibited—
Will the members suspend? The House needs to come to order. Please take your conversations outside. I can hardly hear him speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The court credited the states of Texas and California for having electioneering laws that prohibited campaign clothing and paraphernalia. They did so in what the court called more lucid terms and indicated that those laws could be consistently interpreted and enforced. Like the laws in California and Texas, New Hampshire's electioneering laws are detailed, clear, and can be consistently applied. So what could happen if this bill passes? Other than election officials, anyone wearing campaign materials can gather, loiter, congregate inside the polling place, stay there for as long as they want. There's no restrictions as to whether or not these people can be from the town, from the ward, from the city, from the voting district. They can come in from anywhere and stay as long as they want. Some polling sites are located in school gymnasiums. In Nashua, I know we have several that are that way. And our election officials will pull out bleachers so that observers can sit comfortably and be out of the flow of voters and election officials. If this bill passes, candidates and campaign workers can pack into those bleachers and conduct pep rallies for their issues or their candidates for as long as they want to. Some of our other polling sites are quite small and have very limited space for voting equipment, voters, and election workers, let alone for candidates and campaigners who want to work the voters inside the polls. If this bill passes, candidates and campaign workers can be anywhere in the public area. There are no restrictions in this bill on how close they can get to the voters. Outside the building, voters have a 10-foot wide safe passage corridor leading to the entrance. But once they're inside the building, that safe passage corridor disappears. Undoubtedly, candidates or campaign workers from all major parties will try to take advantage of this last-minute opportunity. This is not party-specific. And why wouldn't they? Why not have a last-minute opportunity to influence voters? So if you want to, let's make a deal crowd in the bleachers or a circus-like atmosphere in the public areas of the polling place, then vote for the bill. But if you want to ensure safe and clear paths for voters inside the polling place and want to help our election officials keep the polling places free of obstructions for their work and for voter traffic, then please press the red no button when it comes time to cast your vote on this legislation so a subsequent motion can be provided. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the member from Salem, Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm at D2. The goal of our New Hampshire House majority has been simple this term. We're making it easier to vote and harder to cheat. Whether you wear a red hat,
House will be in order.
Whether you're wearing a red hat, a blue shirt, or a yellow scarf, you should be allowed to vote on Election Day. We made significant changes to this bill from when it was introduced during committee to ensure that voters have the right to vote in whatever appropriate clothing item they're wearing. We've made sure to further refine our existing law so that poll workers and those that are working the polls on behalf of the town or the state or the challengers appointed by the party are still prohibited from wearing political paraphernalia. This is to ensure that no one can feel intimidation when they are receiving their ballot or when they're casting it. When someone who is registered to vote gets to their polling location, gets their name crossed off the checklist, and is handed their ballot by the ballot clerk, that individual deserves to vote, period. I'm going to let you all in on a little trade secret. No one going to vote is undecided when they get to the polling location. We all love to hold our signs outside with our volunteers, trying to convince people last minute to vote for them. But when people are coming to the polling location, they already know how they're voting. This bill would not impact that at all. Just as signs placed along the roadway have no impact on how somebody votes, allowing someone to wear a hat or a t-shirt into the polling location would have no further impact on that right to vote or how that individual voter will vote. The Supreme Court, as was mentioned, struck down in 2018 a Minnesota law that prohibited voters from wearing t-shirts, hats, and buttons expressing political views at polling places. We should follow that precedent and reform our laws proactively before New Hampshire ends up before the Supreme Court. Please vote green on HB 87. Thank you very much.
The question on the floor is ought to pass as amended on HB 87. Are you ready for the question? Division vote has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division!
The question on the floor is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on HB 87. Representative Bergeron is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I know that the Minnesota electioneering law struck down by the Supreme Court was vague, subject to conflicting interpretations, and generally unenforceable, and if I know that New Hampshire's electioneering laws are similar to other states' laws that the Supreme Court called lucid and that could be equitably applied and enforced, and if I know that this bill does not apply only to voters as they are in the act of casting ballots, and if I know that allowing anyone and any number of people for any length of time to loiter, gather, congregate, campaign, or disrupt the peace inside a polling place would be disrespectful toward our voters and our election officials, would I then press the red no button so the subsequent motion can be made?
The chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, if I know that our fundamental right to vote is sacred, and if I know we should be removing as many unnecessary prohibitions on us exercising the franchise to vote, would I now press the green button? Thank you.
Okay, the question on the floor is ought to pass as amended on HB 87. Your voting stations will be open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harvey Bolia, Representative Rombo, Representative Weber, Representative Umberger, Representative Tripp, Representative Spilsbury, Representative Testerman, Representative Taberge, Representative Thompson, Representative Toll, Representative Summerall, Representative Marjorie Smith, Representative Timothy Smith, Representative Suzanne Smith, Representative Shurtleff, Representative Perez, Representative Nordgren, Representative Osborne, Representative Oxel, Representative Partial, Representative Moran, Representative Mann, Representative Lockman, Representative Laflamme, Representative Langley, Representative Judy, Representative Hatch, Representative Fadolfi, Representative Altschuler, excuse me, Representative Conley. Okay.
I guess I broke it.
Have you
The House will attend to the state of the vote. Have all members voted who were present when the question was put? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 yeas, 164 nays. The motion is adopted. And my chocolate. Thank you.
Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 327, Act requiring that voters show identification when personally delivering absentee ballots to town and city clerks. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Ms. Dame Qualley for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm at microphone D1.
We don't have you down for speaking, sir.
Is this better?
We don't. There's no debate. There's no debate.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
There's no debate, Representative.
My mistake.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 514, an act relative to ballot column rotation. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Instead of Natalie Wells from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Paul Bergeron, the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2242-H, printed in House Record 48, page 96. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Bergeron to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 514 pertains to the issue of rotating the parties and names of candidates on the ballot. This process is a result of what's called the primacy effect, which refers to the advantage that a party or candidate receives based on their ballot position. State law now requires the Secretary of State to rotate party columns and candidate positions. The majority report states that the bill will allow the Secretary of State to increase the range of deviation for ballot rotations from 1% to 2%. That's not correct. The current law states that the average deviation, quote, shall be as close to 0% as practicable. In testimony before the committee, the Secretary of State's office said it would be easier for them to design ballots if the allowable deviation was increased. Easier and less complicated. The New Hampshire Supreme Court considered a case relative to primacy effects back in 2006. And during testimony before the court, the Secretary of State said, quote, the primacy effect can confer as much as a 6 to 10% advantage upon candidates. And in its final decision, the court found that the primacy effect does, quote, confer an advantage in elections. And the court also affirmed New Hampshire's constitutionally guaranteed equal right to be elected. Ultimately, the rights and interests of voters and candidates deserve greater consideration and support than the wish of the Secretary of State for an easier, less complicated process. Probably everyone in this room has either been involved in a recount or known someone who has been involved in a recount due to a very close election. The primacy effect does confer an advantage in elections. Current law says that the average deviation shall be as close to 0% as practicable. Let's ensure that voters have the final say in who gets elected, not ballot position. Please press the red no button when the majority report comes up for a vote.
The chair recognizes Representative Wells to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 514 addresses the method for determining the column rotation on ballots. The bill originally proposed an open-ended change to the formula. The bill, as now amended, proposes that the formula used can have a deviation up to 2% rather than the current 1%. The Secretary of State's office is responsible for preparation of ballots. While we are more familiar with the process for the order of the candidate's name, There is also a process for the order of the columns that are by party. Every 10 years after the census and redistricting, the rotation order for the party of the column is recalculated. This work is done by the Secretary of State's office. Currently, the law provides that the order for rotations on the ballots will be figured based on the smallest representative districts, the districts you and I run in. And then there needs to be a balance of those representative districts within each of the 24 districts for those people on the other side of the wall, so to speak. When that calculation is done, the average deviation across the state for an equal rotation for being in the first column must be no greater than 1%. The latest rotation in effect resulted in 1.17% average deviation from equal rotation statewide. This formula went into effect after the 2010 census. In the previous decade, there had been court cases on the method used. The court ruled that the previous methods used to prepare ballot rotations were not enough to ensure that the right to be elected, a unique New Hampshire right, was protected. So the state went from simply having the first column assigned to the party that won the previous election to a random rotation. Because our law, RSA 650-65, sets the highest priority on House districts, then moves to the Senate, the initial work is necessarily largely manual since there is a striking lack of uniformity in these districts. In a state election, the Secretary of State produces over 1,000 different ballots for 310 polling places, absentee ballots, and UCAVA ballots. The present formula that the Secretary of State's office must follow, working from House districts, requires much of the initial work to be done manually. By increasing the upper limit from 1% to 2%, it is believed it will not statistically impact any primary effect and be able to cover the governor, the executive council, federal offices, state and Senate, etc. No other state has this complexity. This legislation is being introduced to continue the randomized ballot rotation in a manner that protects the right to be elected while providing a less burdensome way to do it, not just to make the Secretary of State's office job easier. The majority of the Election Law Committee agreed with the request being reasonable, and I ask for your support of the recommendation of ought to pass with the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is on House Bill 514, the majority report ought to pass as amended.
Mr. Speaker, I'm at A3 over here.
Yes.
I have a point of order. Is videotaping allowed in the chamber?
No, it is not.
All right, thank you.
All right, okay. I would remind all members of this. Okay, that was, we will clarify that. That was a request by one member from another member, but no, it is not allowed. So all members take that to heart, and it is not allowed.
So, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, a follow-up, if I may?
Yes, what is the follow-up?
So if a member is allowed to videotape upon request,
The member is not allowed.
even with a request?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
They were unaware of it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, the question is on House Bill 514, the majority report of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Who's requested the roll call?
Representative Barbara Griffin.
Representative Barbara Griffin has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Bergeron for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Supreme Court has determined that the primacy effect influences, even to a small degree, the outcome of New Hampshire elections, and if I know that the New Hampshire Supreme Court has cited New Hampshire's constitutionally guaranteed equal right to be elected, and if I know under the current law that there is no current upper limit for the range of deviation pertaining to ballot rotation, it only requires that the Secretary of State get as close to 0% as possible. And if I know that the rights and interests of voters and candidates deserve greater consideration than the State Department's wishes for an easier and less complicated process to implement an existing law, would I then press the red no button so that a subsequent motion can be made?
The chair recognizes Representative Wells for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the statutory formula for party column rotation is complex and subjective and cannot be easily explained, if I know that our New England sister states and other states with election day registration like Minnesota and Wyoming have a far simpler rotation that can be easily explained, and I know that the formula to do this used by New Hampshire is one of the most complicated in the country, requesting balancing among representatives and within Senate districts, and if I know that this bill as amended does not change the formula rotation, but allows a slightly higher deviation, which will not have an adverse effect on our constitutional rights to be elected, would I now press the green button and support the committee recommendation of OTPA? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on House Bill 514, Majority Report about to pass as amended. This is going to be a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alisea, Representative Cannon, Representative Gamarlo, Representative Judy, Representative Nunes, Representative Rich, Representative Warden.
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 voting yea, 165 voting no, and the committee reports adopted. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred 531 FN Local, an act relative to determining the qualifications of voters, establishing provisional voter registration and provisional ballots. Considered the same, report the same, with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Wayne McDonald from the majority of the committee.
Mr. Speaker,
can I finish reading?
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Representative?
thought that was done.
No.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker.
The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority report with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Heidi Hammer for the minority of the committee. What reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Barbara Griffin, C3. I move to table HB 531.
That is a legitimate motion. The motion is to table House Bill 531. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. House Bill 531 is laid on the table. The ayes have it. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 535, an act relative to qualified voter affidavit, having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Wayne McDonald from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Connie Lane from the minority of the committee.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does the member rise?
C3, Barbara Griffin. I rise to table HB 535.
That is a legitimate motion. The motion is to table House Bill 535. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 535 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 554, an act relative to temporary absence from domicile for voting purposes. Been considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Barbara Griffin from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report, the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Russell Muirhead for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Senator Griffin for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to table HB 554.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table HB 554. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 544 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Departments of Administration, Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 84, an act declaring 2021 as Ona Onley Judge Day and renaming the new terminal at Portsmouth International Airport at Pease in her honor. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator John Sytek for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mark Allegro for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2097H, printed in House Record 48, page 75. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is the majority report ought to pass as amended on House Bill 84. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 84, the committee report, is adopted. Okay. Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 204, an act proclaiming January 24th as Granny D Day. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mark Allegro from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Timothy Fortnell for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to place House Bill 204 on the table.
The motion, that is a legitimate motion. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 204 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye.
We had like 3 requests for divisions over here, Mr. Speaker.
We had requests for a division, so this will be a division vote.
Division.
Yep. I know. Will you be the angel on my shoulder?
Schultz?
And the devil.
This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Schultz for a parliamentary inquiry. The House will come to order. Member has a right to be heard.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I didn't hear you say my name.
Yes,
I apologize.
yes. Go ahead,
Thank you,
Representative.
Mr. Speaker. If I know that there is a philosophical difference that many of us espouse to encourage our citizens to pool for days to honor Granite Staters, if I know that Granny D in particular is a national and Granite State icon, and if I know my speech would have only been 90 seconds, then I would push the red button to just let that go for a real vote. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the governor has declared Granny D Day multiple times without us having to tell him so, would I not vote with the overwhelming majority of the committee and lay this on the table? Thank you.
The question before us is to lay House Bill 204 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Callie Pitts, Representative Bunker. Representative Ham, Representative Gamarlo. Representative Judy, Representative Macbeth. Representative Marsh. Representative Perez. Representative Rich. Representative Sweeney. Representative Warden. Representative Baxter.
Have all members had an opportunity to vote that were present? House will tend to the state of the vote. (229) voting yea, 118 voting nay.
House Bill 204 is laid on the table. Majority of Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred House Bill 275, an act relative to the governor's power to initiate a state of emergency and various emergency powers. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Tony Lekas for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the following resolution, resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative J.C. Grotti for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2235H, printed in Record 48, page 90. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is majority report about to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Grotta to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here at A2. Current law, RSA 4:45C, allows this body to meet and address and terminate executive orders based on concurrent resolutions. This is done by the House and the Senate. And we all know that we honor our commitment to our constituents, and we will come when we are called to meet. The fact that this has not happened yet and did not happen last year when the governor executed his orders does not mean that we need yet another law to tell us what our responsibilities are when they already exist in statute. Thank you. I encourage people to vote against the OTPA motion.
Could the member suspend for a minute, please? Yeah. All right. Hopefully we can keep it this quiet. Member may continue.
I was done. I just, I hope that people heard me. I encourage the body to vote against the OTPA because RSA 45C already addresses our ability to terminate executive orders by concurrent resolutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Lekas to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When an emergency strikes, the governor needs the power to deal with the situation promptly. This bill permits the governor to declare a state of emergency for up to 21 days. He can then renew that state of emergency up to 3 times for up to 21 days each. This permits the governor to maintain his emergency powers for up to 84 days without requiring the legislature to meet. Emergencies have more than one phase. There is the initial phase, which requires quick and decisive action, which the governor is better suited to than the legislature. However, after the immediate problems have been dealt with, the emergency transitions to a management phase, where there may be still serious problems that may last for a long time, but the situation does not require the same level of urgent response as the initial phase. After the initial phase, the people of New Hampshire need to be involved in the process through their legislators. If the legislature believes that the state of emergency should last beyond 84 days, it may vote to renew it for up to 90 days at a time and can renew it as often as needed. Concern has been raised that there may be a need to extend the state of emergency, but it might not be possible for the legislature to meet. Even during the recent emergency, the legislature was able to meet in less than that amount of time. We have shown that we have the creativity and flexibility to meet and do our duty even under difficult circumstances. While the current statute permits the legislature to meet and vote to end a state of emergency, There is a significant difference between the legislature having the power to meet to end a state of emergency and it being required to meet to extend one. Meeting and voting to extend the state of emergency makes it clear to our constituents that we are doing our job rather than sitting on our hands and leaving the responsibility to the governor. Part 1, Article 37 of our Constitution states in part, "In the government of this state, the three essential powers thereof, to wit, the legislative, executive, and judicial, ought to be kept as separate from and independent of each other as the nature of a free government will admit." A state of emergency is a truly extraordinary thing. It is the suspension of this constitutionally mandated separation of powers. While that may be necessary to respond quickly to an emergency, after some point in time it is no longer justified, and the legislature must resume its constitutionally mandated task of guiding the way any remaining problems created by the emergency are managed. That must be an active role, not just standing aside and acquiescing to whatever the governor chooses to do. Also, if the state of emergency does need to extend beyond 84 days, the legislature should have the governor's back and actively declare its support of how the emergency is being handled. If there is opposition to the state of emergency, we should share in the blame or credit of extending it. That is our responsibility as representatives of our constituents. Legislature affects the future. This bill is not a referendum on how the recent state of emergency was handled. Even if we believe that the current governor handled the recent emergency perfectly, we need to consider the possibility that a future governor may respond in a less appropriate manner. Please join me in pressing the green button to support the committee recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Division has been requested. Members will... A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
This will be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Grody for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this body will come to a session at your calling, and we have done this as an example of today in extraordinary times, and if I know that this body can terminate the governor's executive orders at any time, and if I know that we are aware of our constitutional and constituent duties, I would press red on OTPEA. Thank you, so that another motion can be made.
Chair recognizes Representative McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill, as amended, carefully and constitutionally separates the short-term emergencies that the governor is responsible for and capable for, and the long-term emergencies that require the legislature to take action, and if I know that this is the final installation of the emergency bills that we passed last year by overwhelming majorities, would I not press the green button? Thank you.
Question before us is the majority report as amended on HB 275. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Smith, come on. Representative Eamon Kelly. That should be it.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 165 voting nay. Committee reports adopted.
This one is just a division with PIs.
Majority of the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, which was referred House Bill 414, an act relative to evacuations under a state of emergency. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Diane Schuett for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Tony Likas for the minority of the committee. This is going to be a division vote with just parliamentary inquiries. So this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats.
Division.
Who requested a roll call? Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
House will come to order. This will be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Likas for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know there is a long-standing American tradition of considering a person's home their castle, and that this is reflected in the Constitution, law, and tradition, And if I believe that following that tradition, the final decision on leaving one's home must be up to the homeowner, even in a state of emergency. And further, if I know that this bill relieves first responders of any obligation to assist someone who refuses to evacuate under a state of emergency. Lastly, if I know that current practice is to inform people that they should evacuate but not compel them to do so, would I press red to oppose the committee amendment or the committee motion so another motion may be made? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Goley for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over here, A1. Mr. Speaker, if I know the purpose of emergency evacuation orders is to provide for safety of the public and first responders, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill would remove the requirement of individuals to evacuate during an emergency, and Mr. Speaker, if I know this would create both a safety and liability issue for our first responders, as there is nothing that prevents someone who has chosen not to evacuate to later call for help as the emergency situation escalates. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know there is no way to keep record of those who have chosen to disregard the emergency evacuation order, would I join with the bipartisan majority of the ED&A committee and push the green button?
The question is on House Bill 414, the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you oppose, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gallagher. Representative Eamon Kelly. Sorry. Representative Woodcock. Representative Langley.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 198 voting yea, 156 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. No debate. No debate. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 91 FN, an act relative to death benefits of first responders who die from suicide. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Peter Leishman for the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Representative Erf declared a conflict and did not participate. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 254, an act relative to the placement of minors in secure settings. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Keith Erf for the committee. The amendment is 2162H printed in House Record 48, pages 88, 89. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Rice to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of HB 254. This bill addresses best practice for children in the juvenile justice system. This policy was unanimously supported by the House, and Finance made 2 changes to the bill before Finance also unanimously supported HB 254. The policy changes are supported by the Children and Family Law. The 2 changes in the amendment are straightforward. The first change updates the effective dates of the bill. The second change updates the judicial discretion portion of the bill. HB 254 was retained in Finance. As a result, the date changes were needed to give DCYF sufficient time to prepare for changes made by HB 254. The judicial discretion portion of the bill gives judges discretion to commit a child to SYSC when the judge believes circumstances require this type of intervention. Currently, a child must commit 3 separate crimes if they do not meet conditions for commitment. We believe the amended judicial discretion is more robust and provides for the best interest of the child and the public safety. The underlying bill is unchanged from the policy endorsed by the Children and Family Law Committee and unanimously supported by this House. It is important to remember that children in the juvenile justice system are released from SYSC and the system at 18 years of age. The goal of the juvenile justice system is to prepare the child to be a productive adult member of the New Hampshire community. In 2017, the last time this legislature changed SYSC commitment standards, the SYSC census was nearly 70 children on average. 2/3 of these kids were recommitted to SYSC after release. That is just over 6 of every 10 children committed are released and then recommitted. Of the nearly 70 children in 2017, 46 of these children were recommitted. In 2017, the changes eliminated most misdemeanors from commitment. Many people objected to the changes. Some people were afraid of these children, and others were concerned there was a lack of available treatment. I was one of those people objecting. I did not believe that New Hampshire was prepared for the change and wanted a smaller change. But I was wrong. After passage of the bill, the census dropped quickly. The census dropped from nearly 70 children in 2017 to about 12 children today. As importantly, there has been no widespread lack of service for these children. In fact, our service delivery system has expanded significantly, in part to deal with the children no longer at SYSC, as another friend will outline. Of the 12 children at SYSC today, half or more are incarcerated at SYSC for misdemeanor offenses based on DCYF data. Adults generally are not incarcerated for misdemeanor offenses, so why are we locking up our children? In fact, there are more beneficial services available for children rather than incarceration. However, this bill will continue to incarcerate children who commit serious violent offenses. It also gives judges discretion, as mentioned previously, to incarcerate the child for other offenses when that is the only option to assure safety. The remaining children will be treated in the existing children's system of care. DCYF indicates that 75% of all children incarcerated at SYFC have a behavioral health issue. The system of care is created to address children's behavioral health needs. The system of care is the least expensive and most effective way to treat our children. Our juvenile justice system has two goals. One, to protect the public, and two, to prepare children to be productive adults. HB 254 accomplishes these goals by incarcerating serious violent offenders and providing effective residential treatment for other children. Please reaffirm the unanimous House vote, the unanimous Finance Committee vote, and the 18-to-1 vote of the Children and Family Law Committee. HB 254 is the best way to treat our children and deserves our support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Lynn to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, ladies and gentlemen, I have to offer my apology. As was just noted, it was recognized that there was a 21-0 vote of the Finance Committee in favor of this legislation. I was one of those 21 votes. When this first came before Finance, I saw the problem that I will talk to you about in a moment. And I had to frankly swallow hard to vote for it, but I did. However, the recent rash of property crimes around the country, including shoplifting and smash and grabs, including some that have happened very recently, as within 2 weeks before Christmas, in this state, have led me to change my mind and to believe that this bill would represent bad public policy and should not be enacted. Under present law, a juvenile cannot be committed to a juvenile detention facility for any theft crime, false statement or false swearing crime, or breach of the peace type crime, if such crimes would be a misdemeanor if committed by an adult. But there's a so-called three strikes exception, and it's important to understand that what that exception does is to allow, but not require, a minor to be committed for the types of offenses that I just spoke about if he or she has been found delinquent of three past offenses. HB 254 significantly expands the crimes for which a minor can never be committed to include essentially all nonviolent crimes, even if they are felonies. Of particular concern in light of what's been happening around the country, this bill prohibits commitment of minors for property offenses, no matter how much property is stolen or damaged, unless the minor is either armed with a weapon or there is a threat of or actual infliction of bodily injury. For example, under the bill, if you and your spouse go away for the weekend and return to find that while you were gone, your house was broken into by a minor, and you are literally cleaned out of thousands of dollars worth of property, the minor doesn't have to worry about spending even one day in juvenile detention. Although I am clear that the message that this bill sends the message that property rights are not important, and that if all you do is steal someone's property, it's no big deal. Although I'm sure this was not intended by the committees that considered this, this is exactly the kind of message that the woke district attorneys have been sending around the country in places like Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. And we have seen the consequences of their policies. Please do not allow this folly in New Hampshire. Amendment 2162H, as we've just passed, makes this bill even worse because it eliminates the three strikes provision, so that under this amendment, in the example that I just gave, the juvenile would not have to worry about spending even one day in juvenile commitment, even if he had done and been convicted of doing the exact same thing 3 times previously. It's important to note that although the amendment adds a new section M to the statute, which allows the commitment of a minor for any felony offense, but it applies only if the court finds that the minor poses a substantial risk to the public of causing serious bodily injury. So once again, This amendment, even with subsection M, does not change the message that if you are only a property offender, it's no big deal and you don't have to worry about spending even one day in commitment. I have to emphasize here, I am the last person who takes the view that, the way we should deal with juveniles is lock them up and throw away the key. I absolutely believe that incarceration, commitment of a minor should be the last possible thing that happens, and is a very rare situation that it should happen in a property offense only. But that system of making it the last possible choice already exists under present law. The judge can only impose commitment as a last resort, has to make findings of fact, find by clear and convincing evidence that there's nothing less that would be appropriate. But this bill, by saying never can a judge find that if it's a property crime only, just goes too far. One final point I would make, and then I'll shut up. Removing the possibility of commitment reduces incentives for minors to become invested in other dispositions other less severe dispositions, which may very well be appropriate in most cases. And this is simply a reflection of the carrot and the stick phenomenon. There are some minors who are resistant to who do not believe that they need treatment or rehabilitation programs. And unless they understand that if they don't comply with a less onerous form of disposition, such as treatment, counseling, therapy, whatever, unless they understand that if they don't comply with that, the judge can use the stick of commitment. The incentive to successfully complete treatment programs just won't be there for some juveniles. In short, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this proposal is a solution in search of a problem. Current law in this area is fine, and I urge you to press the red button to vote no so that another motion may be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
I do.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative Edwards?
I'm here for a motion.
He still has the floor right now, Representative. He's yielded to questions. We'll get to your motion. Representative Edwards?
I think Representative Rice and Representative Lynn are the ones up for questions at this point. Is that not correct? Because I'm here to offer a final
Representative
PI.
Lynn is up for questions right now.
Yes, sir. I'm not the one with the question.
Representative Ukela?
Thank you for taking the question. Is it my understanding from what you just said that, in fact, the judges have less flexibility for what they see fit under this law, and they're prescribed to not commit someone unless it is an offense that is listed?
That's exactly correct. This bill reduces judicial discretion, and there's just no reason to do it. There's no reason to believe that judges are, willy-nilly committing minors to juvenile commitment for property offenses. I would be frank, I don't know this, but I would be frankly extremely surprised if there was anyone in YDC right now and a committed sentence for only a non-property crime. And that's as it should be, because it rarely, if ever, happens. But this would say it can never happen. And as I said, that just goes too far.
Member yield to further questions?
I do.
Representative Cody, you may inquire.
Representative Belanger, I waive my question.
You waive your question, okay. Representative Baldessaro.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I was ready to vote for this, but now I'd like to make a motion to table.
That is a proper motion. The motion before us is to table House Bill 254. Division has been requested.
Roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yes, it is sufficiently seconded.
Roll call. Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Representative Belanger.
I would also like to speak for the PI.
For or against? He's against. He's. This is a division vote. The motion before us is to table House Bill 254. The chair. Roll call by mistake. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Belanger for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill helps young students in care and that this reduces the number of students that are committed to SYSC, which is a goal in this House, in the Children and Family Committee, and across the country, would I then press the red button and not support the motion to table this bill?
The chair recognizes Representative Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is not limited to students, this is an issue of majority and minority, and if I know that this bill reduces judicial discretion in connection with care and treatment of minors, and if I also know that incarceration, which this is not, this is confinement under juvenile laws, can often be a great incentive. And finally, if I know that there was no production, that there was a problem in New Hampshire currently with this, would I now press the green button to lay this matter on the table? Thank you.
The question before us is to lay on the table House Bill 254. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gottling. Representative Perez.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 151 voting yea, 204 voting nay. The motion to table fails. The chair recognizes Representative.
Mr. Speaker, over here in D1.
Yes, why does the member rise?
For a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to, having voted on the prevailing side, I'd have the body reconsider House Bill 275.
We can't do that. We're in the middle of the debate on it.
We're in the middle of a debate right now,
I'm sorry.
Representative.
I apologize.
Yeah, we're in the middle of the debate. The chair recognizes Representative Wallner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here at A1. I rise today in support of House Bill 254 as amended. The policy of this bill was fully vetted by the Children and Family Law Committee and passed unanimously by this House. The bill was then referred to Finance. HB 254 does not have an appropriation or a fiscal note. However, the bill does have potential indirect financial impact. The bill could potentially reduce the number of children incarcerated at the Youth Services Center, which presently costs close to $14 million a year to operate, with an average daily census of 12 to 14 youth. This expensive, often inappropriate incarceration is being replaced with high-quality, appropriate treatment in community settings. In 2017, this legislature decided that non-institutional treatment was produced better outcomes for children than incarceration. To this end, we have appropriated millions of dollars to create the system of care. The system of care has been building a broad array of services for children with behavioral problems. According to the New Hampshire Division of Children and Families, more than 75% of the children incarcerated at Sununu Youth Services Center experience behavioral health conditions. Some of the children committed there for serious violent offenses, and for the public, this is the best served by incarceration of these children. However, the other children are best served by treatment in the system of care. These services will provide optimal treatment for children with behavioral health needs. Passing House Bill 254 as amended makes good financial sense and makes sense to help children become effective adults. Please join me and the unanimous report of the Finance Committee in supporting House Bill 254 as amended.
The question before us on House Bill 254 is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Division, a roll call has been requested. Who requested the roll call? Representative Silber requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Yes, it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Mr. Speaker, I think I was put down for a PI.
We're not there yet, but I got you. Roll call. House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I've said what I needed to say. I'll waive off. Thank you.
Waive off. Chair recognizes Representative Edwards for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that the Finance Committee, when we heard this bill, were completely convinced that we were making the right decision, and if you are appropriately impressed with the words of the chairman of the Children and Family Law Committee, as well as the senior member on finance, and if you're also nevertheless concerned about what you've heard from the honorable representative from Wyndham, then would you go ahead and press the green button, knowing that these issues have now been surfaced and can be resolved in the Senate. So I would recommend to you that you consider getting this bill out of the House with a green vote.
This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Allegro, Representative Altschiller, Representative Ammon, Representative De Silvestro, Representative Eaton, Representative Marsh, Representative Lori Sanborn, Representative Gail Sanborn, Representative Stavis,
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 264 voting yea, 87 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
Why does the representative rise?
I'm going to retry my motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a reconsideration motion for House Bill 275, and I ask my colleagues to vote red no on that reconsideration.
The motion is to reconsider House Bill 275. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. Division has been requested. Division! All right, the question before us is reconsideration on House Bill 275. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Harb. Representative Diane Kelly. Representative Perez. Representative Ayer.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 170 voting yea, 184 voting nay. The reconsider motion fails. Chair recognizes Representative Dutsey for an announcement.
I just wanted to announce that the first meeting of the Secular Values Legislative Caucus will meet over in the lunch area on my right near the windows. I invite all colleagues with a strong belief that the separation of church and state is one of the strongest pillars in our democracy to attend. Thank you.
It's 12:30. You all have your lunches. Everybody be back here by 1:15. House is in recess.
Members, take your seats, please.
Members, take your seats so we can get going.
Members, take your seats, please. Members, take your seats, please. Members, take your seats, please.
Members, take your seats, please.
Let me. The House will come to order. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 398, an act making an appropriation to the Department of Environmental Services for funding eligible wastewater projects. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Gerald Griffin for the committee. Amendment 2117H, printed in House Record 48, page 92. You ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. We're now on the committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 398. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 412, an act making appropriation to the Department of Environmental Services for the purpose of funding public water system projects. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. A recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Tracy Emmerich for the committee. The amendment is 2172H, printed in House Record 48, page 94. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We're now on the committee report as amended on 412. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 536 FN, an act relative to death benefits for public works employees killed in the line of duty and relative to workers' compensation, offsets for certain retirement system benefits. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Peter Leishman for the committee. Amendment is 211H, printed in House Record 48, page 97. We're ready for the question on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The question now is on the bill as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 591 FN, an act relative to certain liquor license fees. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Tracy Emmerich for the committee. We do not have a debate, but we do have a question for Representative Brahmi that has agreed to answer the question. Representative Lekas?
Yes.
You may inquire.
Representative Abrami, there are numerous of us who really don't know where this bill came from, why it is, and we can't figure out how to vote. So if you could just give us a real brief overview of what this is about, that'll help us. Thank you very much.
Will do. Thank you, my friend from Hudson. Appreciate it. So this bill actually goes back to the 2019-2020 session, when vaping was all the rage. We had to come up with how do we tax nicotine-based vaping products, and then how do we license vape shops. We took care of the taxing that in 2019, but when we got to the licensing of vape shops in committee, we said, well, why don't we make the license the same as retail stores that just sell cigarettes? Well, we had a work session, and the Liquor Commission came back, and they said, guess what? We have a big error in our statutes, that right now, places that only sell cigarettes, a good example would be a dollar store. Dollar stores only sell cigarettes, but they don't sell beer and wine. They're only paying $6. And you say, well, how did that happen? Well, years ago in this body, we decided that for retail stores that sell beer and liquor, beer and wine, that there'll be an additional $6 only if they also sell cigarettes on the license fee. So what happened, that got interpreted to for all stores that just sell cigarettes only were being charged $6, which is an error. And the Liquor Commission told us it's a big error. So fine, we said, maybe we should retain this bill so that we can have a hearing, because it involved 174 stores that were only paying $6 for a cigarette, the ability to sell cigarette or tobacco products. We had the hearing, and we wanted to make sure we had a hearing so that those 174 stores could have a say on this. We did have the hearing that fall, and there was really no complaints about it. By the way, the vape shop folks earlier on had no problem with the fee that we had come up with, $174 for one register. It goes up slightly if there's more than one register in the store. That's the way the statutes work. So, Ways and Means, we passed it that fall. Now we're into 20, because here we are at the same time we were a couple of terms ago, a term ago. We were voting on retained bills. We voted, and the House pretty much overwhelmingly voted yes on the bill. And guess what happened in March? Something called COVID. And that bill got hung up with all the hundreds of bills that the Senate never took up. So it just died because the Senate never took the bill up. And I was volunteered because it was pretty unanimous out of that 2019, 2020 Ways and Means Committee were pretty unanimous that we should fix this problem. So we fixed it that those retail stores pay $216, not the $6. And we had the hearing where the stores were agreeing. So the bill went to ED&A this last winter, because actually ED&A is the committee that deals with licensing. Ways and Means deals with how much the fee should be. So ED&A passed it on this floor. We all voted for this bill. Then, because in that bill that I filed, so I was volunteered to file the bill, the Liquor Commission asked for 2 FTEs. We put it in the bill. ED&A took the 2 FTEs out. So it really didn't have to go to Finance, but it went to Finance anyway. But guess what? So Finance retained the bill because they had other bills to worry about with the budget and everything. So they took it up this fall. They had a hearing. They passed it overwhelmingly. So that's the story. This bill passed 3 committees: Ways and Means, Finance, ED&A. It passed this floor twice, once last session, once this session, and here we are. Please vote yes on the bill. I hope that answers your question.
Mr. Speaker, up here at
Yes.
three,
Representative Bowman, yes.
Representative Elmy, could I ask one question
Does the
of,
member yield to a question?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
You may
you.
inquire.
yes, isn't it true that we have to obey quite a lot of regulatory rules about cigarette selling for the federal government, and especially the National Tobacco Settlement? And that costs money. It costs a lot more than $6 for each visit to these stores that are paying $6 a year, and that is why we needed to change that.
Yep. Thank you for the question. Yes, that's all true. I want to point out one thing. First you got to understand is that when it comes to enforcement of our liquor laws, there's an enforcement division of the Liquor Commission. But to make things efficient, the Liquor Commission also oversees the oversight of cigarettes. So the same enforcement officers look at both. So when they go to a store, that's why the $6 only if they already have a license to sell beer and wine. It doesn't take that much more as they go into a store and that also has cigarettes. But to go to a store to check a store, you can't get very far with $6. But the other thing is, you got to understand that we have a tradition in this state that we use fees to pay for things. we pay fees, in this case, for enforcement of our liquor laws and our tobacco laws. So, and I think we can all agree that it's $6 to, for 174 stores to go and check if they're obeying our laws is a bit low. So the 216, again, three committees, 2 House votes, and nobody complaining from the retail stores that are impacted or the vape shops. So I think this is, to me, it was a housekeeping bill, but thank you all.
Division has been called. Members will take their seats.
Division.
The question before us is the ought to pass on House Bill 591 FN. A division has been called for. The chair recognizes Representative Emmerich for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the state operates on fees, fines, and taxes, and that some of the fees we have are to inspect and oversee tax collection by retail stores, it is, I believe it is appropriate that we charge accordingly. Please vote green.
The question before us is the ought to pass motion on House Bill 591. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ammon. Representative Altshuler. Representative Espitia. Representative Lundgren. Representative McBride. Representative Post. Representative, you're all set.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 282 voting yea, 66 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Oh, I'm sorry.
She's not here. Just hold that aside.
Okay. Majority of the Committee on Fish and Game and Marine Resources, which was referred, House Bill 118, an act relative to Fish and Game Commission, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Close from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report the following amendment in the agreement and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Ellen Reed for the minority of the committee. The question is on the motion of ITL.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Roll call. The motion before us is ITL on House Bill 118. A roll call has been requested. The chair recognizes Representative Lang for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill as written and presented to the committee has huge mechanical problems and implementation problems, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this vote was a bipartisan vote, 75% of the committee members agreeing that this was a horrible bill that needs to be killed, would I now push the green button and kill this bad bill?
The question is on the ITL motion, the majority ITL motion on House Bill 118. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bill Boyd, Representative Yokella, Representative Vose, Representative Sullivan, Representative Marjorie Smith, Representative Mullen, Representative Tony Lekes, Representative Highland, Representative Barbara Griffin,
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to say to the vote. 321 voting yea, 31 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Fish and Game and Marine Resources, to which was referred House Bill 490, an act permitting the use of live action game cameras, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Timothy Lang for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Catherine Harvey for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2140H on record in Record 48, pages 95 through 96. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We have a request for a division and 2 parliamentary inquiries. So this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats.
Division.
Division. The question before us is the ought to pass it amended on House Bill 490. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Shurtleff for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come to the well not as someone, if I know that I am coming to the well not as someone who's opposed to hunting, but someone who has been a licensed hunter in New Hampshire since 1963. Yes, I'm really that old. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the committee was told by Colonel Jordan of the New Hampshire Fish and Game that if this bill is passed, it would be very difficult to enforce. And Mr. Speaker, if I know there's a strong tradition among New Hampshire sportsmen in the belief of fair game, fair chase hunting, especially when it comes to deer, and the passage of this bill is contrary to everything I was taught as a kid about hunting in New Hampshire, would I now push the red button and vote no? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Lang for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know what this bill does is it clears up a private land rights issue for private landowners that where hunters put cameras on their land, and it requires them to put the hunter to put his name on the camera so it can be investigated by Fish and Game if necessary. And Mr. Speaker, if I know further that Colonel Jordan of the Fish and Game Department actually said that this bill would clarify and clean up the law to make it so it's actually more easily enforceable. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I just know this is just good policy and we should do it, would I vote green and press the green button?
The question before us is the ought to pass as amended majority report on House Bill 490. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Altshuler. Representative Blasek. Representative Chrétien. Representative McKay.
12 members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to the state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 159 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 103 FN, an act establishing a dental benefit under the state Medicaid program. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Joe Shapiro for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the following resolution, resolved as inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jim Colfault for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2214H, record 48, pages 76 through 78. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Sylvia at D2.
State your, why does the member rise?
I would like to move to table this bill and ask for a division vote.
All right, it is a proper motion. So the motion is to table and a division has been called. This will be a division. Roll, who requested a roll call? Is that sufficiently seconded? It is not sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote.
Division!
This will be a division vote on the tabling of House Bill 103. The chair recognizes Representative Sylvia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill is unnecessary because Medicaid participants already have access to dental care if they choose.
House will be in order.
And, Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill creates expanded entitlements with no sunset provision and will expand costs over time. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know the purported benefit of future cost savings is virtually impossible to measure, leaving taxpayers to pay for a program whose benefits cannot be determined, would I then take
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. E1 rather.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, it was a tabling motion. The gentleman doing a PI is relating to the substance of the bill in making a speech.
With respect, Representative, we have been allowing for some latitude.
That's a lot of latitude, Mr. Speaker.
The representative will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying, if I know of all of these things and I want to table this bill, would I then press the green button?
The chair recognizes Representative Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a nearly unanimous vote in the committee did not see it the way it has been characterized, would I say, let us not table this, but go on and discuss it and vote on it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 103. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Egan. Representative Renzullo.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 138 voting yea, 213 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. The question is now on the majority report about to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Colfault to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm at microphone D2. This bill is in fact unnecessary. The title of the bill is Establishing a Dental Benefit under the State Medicaid Program. And contrary to protestations to the contrary, in fact, dental benefits are already available to Medicaid participants in the state of New Hampshire. There are 3 managed care organizations operating in the state. One of those 3 MCOs, AmeriHealth Caritas, offers dental benefits as part of its package. And I can quote from their materials. Adult members aged 21 and older are covered for a range of dental services, including preventive services, cleanings, diagnostic services, exams and x-rays, restorative services, fillings, and some periodontal services, root planing and scaling. The New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services currently covers extractions under a separate program. So the fact is that Medicaid participants in New Hampshire already have access to dental care if they want it. What this plan would do would be to extend benefits to people who, for whatever reason, have decided to go with one of the 2 other MCOs that do not provide dental benefits. So this bill is unnecessary. This program will grow. It will become more expensive. This is a new entitlement. And we need only to look to a history of other entitlements and their growth trajectory. The Medicaid program, when it was established in 1965, was projected to cost $238 million in the first year at a federal level. Actual costs were over 4 times that, at $1 billion. If I take that $238 million estimate and I fast forward, adjust for inflation to 2019, then theoretically we should have had a cost at the federal level of $1.9 billion. Actual federal outlays were $380 billion. So about 200 times that estimate going back to the founding of the program. That doesn't include state outlays. And although this is one example, there are many. If you go looking for examples of programs that ended up costing significantly more than they were projected to cost, there are plenty of them out there. So this is one example, and they're federal numbers, but it illustrates a common theme. Estimates for entitlements, including Medicare and Medicaid, are historically wrong. In fact, they are historically very wrong, and they always seem to be wrong in the same direction. Benefits will grow under this program. In fact, The language of the amendment is written to include, among other things, behavior management and smoking cessation counseling and other services as determined by the commissioner. So will this program expand? In fact, this bill is an expansion of an entitlement program with further expansion capabilities written in. This will be permanent. There is no sunset provision in this bill. Once we do this, we all know that it is virtually impossible to rescind a program like this. And why might we want to rescind it? We might want to rescind it if it's not living up to its promises. That leads to my fourth point. There is not an adequate structure for accountability in this bill. The bill does contain language that call for the DHHS to present an annual report, which includes, among other things, indicators of program effectiveness. Well, how are we defining program effectiveness? Because the proponents of this bill have said that one of its key selling points is that it's going to save a lot of money because people who are getting adequate dental care down the road are not going to have as many emergency room visits, they're not going to have as many hospital stays, and they're not going to have as many surgeries. I acknowledge that there is some truth to that. Good dental hygiene does contribute to good health and could save money down the road. I question whether it is as big a cost savings as the proponents of this bill would put forward. Nobody has said what that number is, nor have they said how it would be measured, probably because it is virtually impossible to measure all the costs that didn't happen because you rolled out a program like this. So if one of the most important selling points of this bill, if not the most important selling point of this bill, is something that is virtually impossible to measure, then I question whether we can ever know if this program is effective and has achieved its intended results. So in summary, this bill is not necessary. Medicaid participants who want dental care can already get it. It will grow. There is no sunset provision. It will be permanent. And it lacks an adequate accountability structure to assure taxpayers that it is delivering on the promises that its proponents have touted so strongly. I urge my colleagues to press the red button and vote against the OTPA recommendation so that an alternate motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I am asking for a roll call vote.
Does the member yield to questions?
I do not.
Member does not yield. The chair recognizes Representative Mark Pearson to speak in favor of committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as amended, is a result of a lot of hard work by a bipartisan subgroup of the Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs Committee, who considered the costs in some depth and compared with what other states are doing in terms of dental care, including red states. I charged them to produce a bill that would not be a handout to the greedy, but a hand up to the truly needy, that would demand some accountability and co-responsibility from those receiving our help, but would also recognize there are truly needy people who, without our helping them obtain preventative dental care, will contract such dental problems as to require very expensive care on the taxpayer's dime. I am part-time CEO of a medical center in Kingston. We regularly see people who have deferred much too long the care they need, with the result of their needing expensive care. And we often provide reduced cost care to those people who cannot afford it, various plans notwithstanding. While we know there are people who try to game us, and we watch for that, most of those asking our help truly need it, and in this time of inflation, especially so. But we as a small facility can only do so much, and we recognize there are many more people who need help. I believe our bipartisan work group did their job well, and so we have before us a bill that provides a hand up and not a handout, that requires recipients of our help to share in responsibility, and that will keep people from those expensive treatments that will cost the taxpayers a lot of money. I asked the legislature to support this bill, which had nearly unanimous bipartisan support in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
One.
Member yields, you may inquire.
Thank you for taking my question. I just want to make sure that we're all voting with absolute clarity. There was a statement that sounded like fact by the other speaker who said that the adult dental Medicaid benefit already existed. And I just want to make sure my understanding of that is correct. Is it true that the one MCO of the three that provides it does it strictly on a voluntary, charitable basis and can change their policy at any time because it is their charity and they're spending the small 1.5% profit margin on providing this charitable care? Is that true?
That is what our research uncovered. Yes, it is true.
Mr. Speaker. Will the member yield to a further question? Member does not yield. We have a request for roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Roll call. This is a roll call vote on House Bill 103. Majority report ought to pass as amended. Chair recognizes Representative Pearson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that this bill is the result of a bipartisan work group that worked long and hard to articulate a balanced approach, and if I knew that preventative care often forestalls far more expensive care down the road, and if I knew that this bill gives a hand up, not a hand out, and if I knew that this bill requires shared responsibility, and finally, if I knew that this bill as amended had near unanimous support in committee, bipartisanly so, would I not press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on House Bill 103. The majority report ought to pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Conley. Representative Cannon. Representative Melvin. Representative Rice.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. (225) voting yea, 127 voting nay. Committee report is adopted and is referred to the Committee on Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Where are you?
Representative Marsh at A1.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I have a question of the chair. I would like to know if the intention of the chair in sending out the rapid COVID tests a short time before this meeting was that members who tested positive should remain home. And I have a follow-up question.
That was the intention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since that was your intention, and since I have reason to believe that there's at least one member in this chamber who tested positive and is present in the room, I would like to know if it would be in order to move reconsideration of the change in House rules permitting remote participation at this time.
House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker.
First off, I have no concrete evidence that somebody has tested positive in this room.
Mr. Speaker?
On D2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Someone was
Will the representative yield to a
Wait,
question?
hold. It's a question of the chair.
I'm asking if the representative will yield to a question.
That's not how we do things when he's questioning me.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker?
Well, let me finish with this representative, please. I have no evidence that anybody has tested positive.
Thank
I
you.
have no evidence.
If someone brings forth evidence, they may very well do that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker?
For what reason does the member rise?
It's in relation to the previous question. I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, and maybe you would too, if the evidence involves listening to conversations in the ladies' room. I know that sounds like a strange question, but it's relevant, I promise.
As of this point, I have no evidence that anybody has tested positive. If there is somebody in this room that has tested positive, I say right now, bluntly, get out, you shouldn't be here. We sent those test kits out. We sent those test kits out for a reason. And that's why we sent them out, so if you were feeling sick or you had any reason to believe, you would use them and not show up at this meeting. We've done a lot to try and make sure everybody is safe as possible, and we're going to continue to try and do that. And if anybody, and I'll say it again, if anybody knows they tested positive, get out. I mean that sincerely. Get out now, and you shouldn't be here.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Samsic, A1.
Yes,
I
Representative.
have a motion. Mr. Speaker.
What is your motion, sir?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask you to allow a minute of silence to remember the victims of January 6th and the attack on our national capital and our democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. That is a motion that I will take up at the end of session. I believe it is out of order right now. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 359, an act creating a private cause of action for discrimination based on hairstyles relative to a person's ethnicity. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mark McLean for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Alexis Simpson for the minority of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, C3.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to table HB 359.
Motion is in order. The motion before us is to table House Bill 359. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and 359 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 478, an act relative to treatment of PFAS contaminants in the drinking water of Merrimack Village Water District. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Being resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Mark McLean from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass.
Roll call.
The chair recognizes Representative Boyd to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my esteemed colleagues of the General Court. I rise to speak in favor of House Bill 478, which makes Saint-Gobain pay for the damage that they have done. Had Saint-Gobain followed what they had previously done with other communities such as Hoosick Falls, we would not be here today discussing this issue. Communities like Merrimack, Bedford, Londonderry, and Litchfield have been fighting for justice from this polluter since 2016. These communities are just asking Saint-Gobain to do the right thing and supply clean, potable water, not only to our constituents, but to the businesses that use these communities as their place of operations. Water that Saint-Gobain has readily admit they polluted.
Should I ask for a roll?
Saint-Gobain prefers that being a good corporate citizen involves fighting towns, fighting the state, and even the federal government every step of the way. In 2016, Saint-Gobain first self-reported that the water in their plant had tested positive for the cancer-causing substance known as PFAS. I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, how many companies test the public drinking water for a substance that they readily use in their operations? I would suggest that a company that previously had contaminated drinking water in communities in Hoosick Falls, New York, and Bennington, Vermont, is one.
Thank you.
The town of Merrimack, the state reps in the affected areas, and the local water supplier, Merrimack Village Water District, entered into discussions to work on remediation. At the time, the limits on these chemicals in the drinking water were not highly regulated, and most of them were in the 100s parts per trillion. Mr. Speaker?
It's getting very loud. Since he stopped talking, it's quieted down. Member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the time, the limits on these chemicals in the drinking water were not highly regulated, and most of them were in the 100 parts per trillion. The town of Merrimack and its citizens created a citizen advocate group, started extensive research on these chemicals and what they can do not only to the human body, but to developing fetuses and even our pets. They then asked then-Senator Kelly Ayotte to intervene with the EPA to expedite the adoption of its pending public health advisory level for PFAS. In late 2016, the EPA finalized its current public health advisory at the combined level of 70 parts per trillion. Some of the measurements coming out of the water around Saint-Gobain, the Merrimack plant at that time, were anywhere from 3,300 parts per trillion in November of 2018 to a high of 69,500 parts per trillion in May of 2019. All of these test numbers in and around the plant were far in excess of these new set limits. The New Hampshire legislature, following the leadership of the late Speaker Dick Hinch, acted when he stated it was obvious that without something being done to Saint-Gobain, they would continue to do business as usual, based on their actions to that point. New Hampshire House Bill 1766, a bipartisan bill, was signed into law in June 2018, requiring the Department of Environmental Services to start testing for PFAS chemicals at the seacoast and other landfills. New Hampshire Senate Bill 309 was then signed into law in July of 2018, which regulated PFAS in groundwater and drinking water pollution. In September of 2019, a bipartisan bill, New Hampshire Senate Bill 193 and New Hampshire Senate Bill 257, were signed into law prohibiting PFAS chemicals in firefighter foams, furniture, and carpeting. Based on these bills, in June 2019, Department of Environmental Services announced a new maximum contaminant level in public drinking water for 4 major PFAS chemicals studied at that time. With the announcement of the new levels, all Merrimack Village District wells tested above these limits. And the Merrimack Village District had to add redundant filtration systems to meet these new levels, which increased the cost of filtration already approved by MVD customers. Merrimack Village District continued negotiating with Saint-Gobain on doing something, anything about the wells that they had admittedly polluted. Saint-Gobain did finally agree to filter the 2 wells that they had agreed were inside the consent decree area, but they only agreed to provide 5 years' worth of maintenance of filters and the filter media to treat the water. Seeing that the half-life of these chemicals is 100 years, the town of Merrimack and the ratepayers that participate in the Merrimack Village District are looking at about 300 years or so for the water to no longer to be required to be filtered. This leaves the Merrimack ratepayer on the hook for the ongoing maintenance for an issue that they were not responsible for, now going decades into the future. Conversely, in relation to Hoosick Falls, the agreement that Saint-Gobain signed with Hoosick Falls is that they will pay for filtration in perpetuity, which makes you ponder, for me, Mr. Speaker, looking back in 2016, what would cause Saint-Gobain to self-report the polluted water? Was it so knowing that if Saint-Gobain acted in this manner, they could get a town and citizenry who are now worrying about safe drinking water to rush to judgment and panic just to get things done? I would surmise they were. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to override the committee recommendation to ITL and to enter and permit a new motion of ought to pass. The towns of Merrimack and Bedford and its citizens who draw water from the Merrimack Village District deserve nothing less than safe, clean, potable drinking water for years and generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield to questions?
I'd be more than happy to.
Member yields.
Is it true that Saint-Gobain agreed to put a filter in their system so they would no longer pollute? And is it true that they agreed to do this and they did install the filter, but it came with a bypass that went around the filter? Is all of that true?
Mr. Speaker, the short answer is no. The issue that my distinguished gentleman is referring to the regenerative thermal oxidizer, which is the clean PFAS going into the air. It is a specifically different issue as it relates to filtration of water, Mr. Speaker.
Follow-up. Further question? Do you member yield to another question?
I'd be happy to.
I have a question.
You may inquire.
A1.
Are they continuing to put PFAS into the air?
As long as the RTO is working, the answer is no. If the RTO is not working, the answer would be yes.
Thank you.
Question?
Question of the,
A1.
does the member yield to further question?
I'd be happy to, Mr. Speaker.
May inquire.
Would you believe that the EPA is considering lowering the standards even more to no detect for PFOA and PFAS?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm at A2. May I ask a question of the representative?
Does the member yield to a further question?
For the distinguished gentlelady, yes.
You may inquire.
Thank you. If this bill if the ITL fails and another motion that it ought to pass is successful, would that discourage other polluters from passing on the cost of cleanup to taxpayers and other ratepayers?
I would hope so. The short answer is yes.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Langley to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The environmental agreement addressing the groundwater contamination between the town of Merrimack, New Hampshire and Saint-Gobain's is flawed. Flawed because the groundwater contamination described has spread and it has continued long past the time period cited for the original agreement. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Oh, my God. To think the initial agreement was valid under such circumstances would need to assume that the groundwater is static and the PFAS in the soil has magically stopped leaching. Though it has manufacturing operations, Saint-Gobain's contaminated groundwater with toxic PFAS, including the wells of the Merrimack Municipal Water Provider, Merrimack Village District. House Bill 478 would require Saint-Gobain's to take full financial responsibility for installing and maintaining filtration systems for 2 of the directly impacted MVD wells, and that would ensure the water meets the New Hampshire drinking water standards for PFAS. Currently, MVD ratepayers are bearing the cost that should be the sole responsibility of the polluter. The town of Merrimack's agreement with Saint-Germain focused on the short-term need of well contamination, but remediation is now anticipated to be longer-term as PFAS resists degradation in the environment. PFAS particles are bioaccumulative and with half-lives of up to 9 years, assuming further contamination does not occur. Recently, the Department of Health and Human Services released a report that cited higher than expected numbers of Merrimack residents suffered from kidney and renal cancer. The state of New Hampshire has a moral obligation to ensure polluters are held responsible, no matter how short-sighted the initial agreement was. We therefore request you vote ITL so a new motion can be brought forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Where is the point of order?
Here, microphone. A1.
Didn't I say that?
What is your point of order?
The noise level, Mr. Speaker, has risen to really unacceptable levels. You've been very good about trying to keep it down, but it's gotten out of control again. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
I have, for the last day and a half, asked that people respect a member when they're speaking. And I can tell you that the noise level is coming from both sides, not just one side. I don't know how many times I've got to ask members to be respectful and keep the noise limit down, and I'll keep trying, but that's the best I can do, Representative.
Mr. Speaker, may I repeat the last sentence because I'm not sure it was heard.
Where are we who is speaking, please?
E1, Representative Langley. A3, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right.
We therefore request you vote against the ITL so that a new motion can be brought forward. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, D2?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I would politely ask you that a roll call vote be taken on this matter.
I kind of expected that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The chair calls Representative McLean to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to speak in support of the committee recommendation of ITL on HB 478, which requires that Saint-Gobain Performance Plastics pay for the remediation of water in certain wells contaminated with PFAS. The majority of the committee understood why the people of Merrimack would feel aggrieved by the actions of Saint-Gobain, and they also agreed that the current well maintenance agreement, which ends in 2023, may be inadequate in light of information gained since the agreement was entered into. However, the committee also felt that asking the legislature to extend the agreement for as long as treatment is necessary sets a precedent that the legislature should avoid. Unlike past legislative proposals which addressed cleanup, remediation, medical monitoring, and other issues related to PFAS on a broad basis, this bill seeks to have the legislature render judgment in a specific case. The committee felt that this should be left to the courts. The courts could review any new information. There could be a discovery process, and both sides could present data to support their respective positions, and a decision as to whether or not to modify the agreement could be brought forward. In light of all that they've had to endure, the people of Merrimack are more than justified in their desire to review the terms of the current agreement. The courts are well positioned to do this kind of work. The legislature is not. I hope you'll join me in supporting the bipartisan majority position of ITL on HB 478. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members take their seats. Members, take your seats so we can move along. The question before us is the motion of ITL, the majority motion of ITL on House Bill 478. This is going to be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Mayville for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that I feel like Erin Brockovich, and if I know that several communities and many taxpayers in Hillsborough County have been subject to the worst drinking water pollution in the history of the state. And unless we hold this company accountable for their actions, this travesty may well come to another town and another county. And if I further know that New Hampshire taxpayers will ultimately be subjected to a horrendous financial impact due to a private company willfully and negligently polluting and continuing to pollute our state's air, soil, and groundwater. And lastly, if I know that options for litigation have been exhausted and we bring the case to the General Court of New Hampshire with the sole purpose of protecting our state, its communities and taxpayers, our children and our grandchildren, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the red button to respectfully overturn the committee report of ITL in order to enter a new motion on this legislation.
The chair recognizes Representative Gordon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. I'm at C2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Judiciary Committee does care deeply about the people who are affected by the pollution caused by St. Gobain, but if I also know that the Merrimack Village Water District entered into a contract to settle its claims back in 2018, and if I know that there may be good reason why people would feel that that was a mistake or it wasn't a proper contract at the time. And if I know that the way contracts are normally voided is by going to court when a contract is fraudulent or created by mutual misrepresentation or a mutual misunderstanding, or it's simply unconscionable. But the remedy for voiding a contract is not typically going to the legislature to void a contract, which is what this legislation effectively attempts to do. The remedy is ordinarily to go to court to do that, which I understand is currently in progress. And I think I would ask, if I know that in terms of process, the better approach in this case, as the majority of the committee, bipartisan majority of the committee felt, was to litigate this in court to determine whether or not the contract was valid before the legislature acting to void it. If that was the case, would I press the green button, Mr. Speaker?
Question before us on House Bill 478 is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Fontenot. Representative Herbert. Representative Highland. Representative McConkey. Representative Perez.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will tender the state of the vote.
Mr.
139 voting yea, 212 voting nay. The motion fails.
Mr. Speaker? D2.
Why does the member rise?
I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass.
State your motion.
Ought to pass.
The motion before us is ought to pass on House Bill 478. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. And the motion is adopted.
You can ask members to stand. Congratulations, Representative. Nice work. This is just something new in the division.
If all members will stay in their seats, we got a division coming up with just parliamentary inquiries after I'm done reading. Majority of Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 597 FN, an act relative to the expectation of privacy. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Kurt Walper for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Joe Alexander for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2164H, printed in House Record 48, pages 99 through 100. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. This is a division vote.
Mr. Speaker, I'm at microphone C3. I'm okay with waiving the PI too, just so you know.
Okay.
We can just go to voice vote too, I don't care.
The question is on OTPA. Representative Smith, are you waiving your PI?
He waived his.
He waived his.
Just voice vote.
The question before us is on House Bill 597, majority report ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Yeah. Majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred House Bill 622 FN, an act protecting nascent human life as a reasonable and valid state interest. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Marjorie Smith for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kurt Walper for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay House Bill 622 on the table.
The motion is to lay House Bill 622 on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say
division, please.
A division has been called for.
Division!
Members, take your seats. There has been a call for a division vote. Okay, Marge. Who goes first? This is a This is a division vote on the tabling motion on 622. The chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I have outstanding questions about the bill itself and the various amendments and would like time to dig into all that, Would I get that time by pressing the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Speaker has had this bill since early November, and if I know that it was not until minutes before now that a question was raised about the appropriateness of the committee amendment, and if I know that we were given no opportunity to explore this matter in a responsible way that follows appropriate legislative procedure, would I now, with great pain and sadness, support the tabling motion.
The question before us is on House Bill 622, the tabling motion of House Bill 622. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alisea. Thank you. Representative Chrétien. Representative Guthrie. Representative Moran, are you here? Representative Tausch. No, it's a division.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 325 voting yea, 23 voting nay. 622 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Related Services, to which was referred House Bill 517 FN, an act relative to the state minimum hourly rate. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Leonard Turcott from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Brian Sullivan for the majority of the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
State your point of order.
This is literally a point of order. There was still one more judiciary bill that was on the calendar before we went ahead to the labor bills. Unless there's something happened that I don't know about, but. I personally have no objection to continuing with this one and then getting back to it later, but.
We dealt with 597. 597 we dealt with. 478 we dealt with. And 359 we dealt with all this.
We've dealt with all the bills on the regular calendar.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Seaworth. For what reason the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table HB 517.
Representative Seaworth moves to table House Bill 517. Are you ready for the question?
Division.
A division has been called for. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote.
Division.
The motion before us is tabling of Bill 517. This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Sullivan for a parliamentary inquiry.
Nope, over here.
Mr. Speaker, I signed up with the clerk.
Sorry, my mistake. Chair recognizes Representative Vajginer for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a vote to table a good minimum wage is a vote on behalf of the privileged few and the high hats of society and not the common everyday person,
The House will be in order.
if I know that time after time when voters go to the polls where a minimum wage is on the ballot, it is the most popular item on the ballot, even in Republican states like Missouri and Florida. If I know that I agree with former President Trump, who on the campaign trail in 2016 said, quote, "The minimum wage has to go up, at least 10 federally, but it has to go up." If I know that we can't find enough LNAs or grocery store clerks because we expect them to work for starvation wages, and oddly enough, nobody likes that deal. If I know that the working poor who were oh so thrilled to find themselves deemed by governments as essential workers have so far only received genuflected Facebook posts from the permanent managerial class and the financial elite, instead of the raise they have more than earned. And if I know that opponents of a good minimum wage say that it takes away a person's self-reliance, but what really kills someone's self-reliance is having to work 60 hours a week for $7.25, $8 an hour, or $10 an hour, would I now press the red button to vote on this extremely important bill?
Okay, the chair recognizes Representative Turcott for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know most entry-level wages in New Hampshire already exceed the minimum wage hikes proposed in this bill, and if I further know many minimum wage bills have been defeated in this chamber multiple times in the last several House sessions, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the economic law of supply and demand, working in conjunction with the free market principles, will always determine a fair market wage, would I now press the green button to table HB 517? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 517. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Altshuler. Representative Mayville, Representative Oxel, Representative Peterson,
Yep.
Representative Vose. That was Peterson, not Pearson. All set, Mr.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 191 voting yea, 158 voting nay. House Bill 517 is laid on the table. I want everybody to know where we're set. We've got 21 bills left. We're going at a decent pace. If it's all possible and both sides agree to cooperate, we should be able to finish up tonight at a very reasonable hour. That will come with total cooperation. If not, then we'd have to come back tomorrow, and the snowstorm is not looking like it's something that we want to bring you back in. So if everybody plays nice, then let's see if we can get through these next 21 bills in a reasonable time.
There's no debate on this one, just the amendment.
Love it. All right. The Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which was referred House Bill 589 FN, an act requiring workers' compensation to cover prophylactic treatment for critical exposure. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Michael Cahill for the committee. The amendment is 2131, House Record 48, page 99. The question is on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now is on the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. Division!
PI.
I don't see Seaworth. He's doing it. Okay. Oh, wonderful. Thank you. The question is on the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. If you're in favor of the report, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abramson, Representative Altshuler, Representative Burrows, Representative Representative Groda, Representative Levesque, Representative Lockman, Representative Perez, Representative Post, Representative Woodcock, Representative Bill Boyd. You're good, Representative Post.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 211 having voted in the affirmative, 133 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred House Bill 558, an act establishing a committee to study the use of information technology in the legislative process, having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Matthew Simon for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Timothy Smith for the minority of the committee. The question is on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. Members, please take your seats.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does the member rise?
I would like to make a motion.
We're already in the
I'm
voting.
at D2.
Yeah, I've already put the question.
I can't make a motion?
Not at this time, no.
The question's on ITL, so it's...
The question's on inexpedient to legislate right now. Who's got the, okay. All right, this is a division vote. Representative Tim Smith is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that yesterday you yourself informed the members of the body that we should not and could not support a rule change for remote participation without seeing a detailed proposal on how to do that, and if I know that this committee would be the committee to produce the report that you yourself identified we need, and if I further know that an ad hoc committee, as some have suggested, would have no official standing, no power or ability at all to produce any sort of an official plan for the House to consider, and that this study committee in this bill is the only way to produce the report that you yourself, Mr. Speaker, identified we need, would I push the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you.
Representative Green is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this body heard this exact bill last term, and if I know we have more than enough study committees, and tabling this bill would not prevent a rep from advocating for new technology with the Facilities Committee or its CEO and staff, then would I press the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You sure about that?
the green button.
Good thing you asked. The question before the House is on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate. If you're in favor, you will be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Reed. Representative Shapiro. Representative Schamberg. Representative Marsh. Representative Lawton. Representative DeLemus.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 183 having voted in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The Committee on Public Works and Highways, to which was referred House Bill 122A, an act making an appropriation to the Carroll and Stratford Counties Freight Rail Improvements Project and making an appropriation for the Coos County Freight Rail Improvement Project. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Bill Boyd for the committee. The amendment is 2128 in House Record 48 on pages 80 to 81. Representative Graham is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there has been some erroneous information circulated about what this bill does. I ask that you, one, read the committee report and see what it says. Two, look at the amendment. The amendment changes everything to include the title of the bill. It now deals with a separation in the capital budget between a federally funded aviation hangar and a state-funded aviation hangar for the police state police helicopter. It does not change a single appropriation that we passed in House Bill 25 as far as dollar amounts. There was changes in the federal funding and federal rules, but we need to get the money separated between federal and state so that we can continue with the work for the police. Please vote for the amendment and then vote ought to pass as amended. I just wanted to clarify that it no longer deals with railroads. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Now the question before the House is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 571, an act repealing the prohibition against OHRV travel on Hoyt Road, Marsh. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Andrew Renzullo for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Suzanne Smith for the minority of the committee. The member from Hebron, Representative Suzanne Smith, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here at A1. I rise today in opposition of the ought to pass motion on House Bill 571. White Road Marsh is a 101-acre marsh with an adjacent upland managed by the Fish and Game Department as a wildlife management area. It has a diversity of habitat types. The upland habitat surrounding the marsh is forest. The wetland, the marsh, itself has numerous wetland-dependent species that live in the marsh year-round, including beaver, otter, and muskrat. The upland surrounding the marsh is home to deer, black bear, coyote, and the occasional moose, and seasonally a number of bird species breed and feed on the property. During the winter of 2018-19, the city of Concord received numerous complaints from neighbors about the disruption caused by motorcycles riding on a plowed area of the frozen marsh, racing around sometimes at speeds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. There were so many complaints about noise, traffic, and waste issues that the city tried to address these issues through local regulations. This failed because although it is a very shallow marsh, the acreage of Hoyt Road Marsh put it under state jurisdiction. What were the people whose home life was disrupted and the city do? They were faced with cleanup and traffic violations. When all else fails, citizens come to us, their legislature, to find solutions. Bill filing deadlines have passed, so the prohibition of OHRVs on Hoyt Road Marsh was inserted into the budget trailer bill in 2019. This bill was passed by the legislature and signed by our current governor. It has now been 3 winters since the prohibition became law. During the public hearing, the committee heard from numerous neighbors thankful that they could now enjoy peace in their homes, the loud noise of revving engines gone. We also heard that the repeal is needed by those who want their children to be able to ride at high speeds on motorcycles with studded tires on the frozen marsh. And it isn't just the noise of the motorcycles that the minority of the committee, residents, and the people who drive Hoyt Road find problematic. Hoyt Road is narrow, and parking used to access the marsh is very limited. Just picture 5 to 10 vehicles pulling trailers with their motorcycles, as well as cars of people who have come to enjoy the spectacle, cramming into a small parking lot or along the road. Add to that there are no facilities. There are no porta potties, no trash receptacles. Not a pretty picture. I asked Fish and Game officials whose responsibility the marsh area is, if the agency would be providing porta potties if the repeal is lifted. No way. That will be the responsibility of the city of Concord, the city which has no say in whether ice riding be allowed. It should be noted that there are alternatives to Hoyt Road Marsh for ice racing. A number of ponds in Concord and the Lakes region do allow it. Turtletown Pond, only a couple of miles from Hoyt Road Marsh, is one of them. Folks who want to ice ride can easily travel there or to 2 or 3 other ponds within 10 to 20 miles where ice racing is allowed. Hoyt Road Marsh is a valuable wetland and upland noted for diversity of species, both flora and fauna, and there are other options nearby. So I ask you to vote against repealing OHRV prohibition by pushing the red button so that another motion may be made. And thank you.
Thank you. The member from Hudson, Representative Ronzullo, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you hear me? I'd rather speak to the folks out here. I don't wish to speak to the... you behind my back? Is it required to speak to the speaker? Or can I speak to the...
Members actually never speak to the body except when they're answering a question, I believe. So
Okay.
I know it's awkward.
All right. Well, then I guess I will follow your directions. Can you still hear me out there? Okay. let's start off with some basic facts, Mr. Speaker. For lakes over 10 acres, water, liquid and ice, the water is owned by the state for the benefit of all the people. That means that you, me, every resident who does not own property on said lakes has the same right to recreate on those lakes, winter and summer. The same right as someone who does own land bordering the lakes. This bill repeals the prohibition, which became law in 2019, against the OHRVs, which are off-highway recreational vehicles, traveling on Hoyt Road Marsh, which is a lake that exceeds 10 acres in the city of Concord. Prior to the ban, the local residents complained of the noise and environmental effect. The riders testified they were on a large pond surrounded by trees and were recreating legally on public ice. They testified that they were always respectful to the residents and they took care to avoid conflicts. The residents disagreed. With all the conflicting testimony, you would think that prior to enacting the 2019 ban, a site visit would have been done by some committee before a ban was passed and before it became law. Let's check the committee record. Let's look at the file. But there is no record. There is no file. There was no site visit. There was no hearing. There was no committee. There was no bill. But amazingly, as if by magic, and written by the fiery finger of divine entity, in 2019, the House Bill 2, the trailer bill, there appeared item 291, which, I quote, OHRVs shall prohibit from traveling on Hoyt Road Marsh in the city of Concord, unquote. That's it. No bill, no notice, no hearing. Is that due process? One line slipped into a 133-page bill was all it took. A site visit now by the present committee that heard this appeal would be useless. The statute enacted the term before forced the activity of the riders to cease. So there was nothing to see, nothing to hear. It was like the body had been cremated before the coroner had a chance to examine it. There's probably not too many people here who remember the 1948 movie, The Treasure of Sierra Madre. There was a famous quote where the Humphrey Bogart character asked to see the badges of the bandits who claimed to be federal police. The bandit leader responds, "Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. Hearings? We don't need no stinking hearings. Bills? We don't need no bills. Notice? We don't need no notice. Rules for thee, not for me." But since we cannot say anything negative about anyone and to keep the peace in the valley, let us suffice to say that something unique, maybe even miraculous, notify that bishop about that, something even miraculous happened in House Bill 2 in 2019. But even if you believe the procedural irregularities, which whether by intent or divine intervention, aren't enough to justify the committee's recommendation of ought to pass, in other words, repealing the ban, the present House Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee still had sufficient credible evidence from a reputable source to reach a decision. The pond and much of its environs is under the control of the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department. The department testimony to the Resources Committee favored the position of the riders. They had processed some complaints from abutters prior to the ban and came down on the side of the riders. They also testified that no outright bans like this exist in this state, except this one passed in 2019. There are two paths that bring the committee to the same result. One way is evidentiary. We have two adversarial parties, each presenting conflicting testimony. In a court of law, the testimony of a neutral party or known trusted entity, like the Department of Fish and Game, would carry considerable weight. It is also, that alone is sufficient to pass this bill and repeal the ban. The other path is more complicated. Regardless of how we got there, the statute was created without public input. A group of people lost a right without any knowledge or chance to defend themselves. In the physical conflict, isn't that the definition of a sucker punch? At what point does expediency trump procedure? At what point do our rules and procedures cease to be inviolate and become suggestions? Mr. Speaker, our strength is that we are 400 plain, ordinary citizens making $100 a year. The only thing of value we get is our self-respect and our integrity. When you press the green button, you will in fact, be pressing the reset button. All parties will go back to their status before the statute of 2019 was passed. All would be made whole again. It is then that the riders and abutters will have equal access to the system of government and justice all expect. And when they ask that we show them our badges, we can proudly show them our badges and assure them that we stand ready to serve them in the best of our ability, with firmness in the right that God gives us the right to see that right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. Does the member yield to a question? Doesn't look like it, sorry. Well then, the question before the House is the Majority Committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Somebody requested a division. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats.
Division.
Okay, the question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on House Bill, where'd we go? 571. Representative Shurtleff is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the repealing the prohibition on OHRVs on the marsh will lead to traffic congestion, noise, trash, and waste accumulation in an area making passive recreation less enjoyable and almost impossible. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that during the 3 winters since the prohibition was signed into law, that those who enjoy the sport of racing motorcycles on ice
have found other opportunities on ponds in both Concord and the Lakes region. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that one of my greatest memories from being born and raised in the city of Concord was spending summers with my dad fishing for horn powder on the banks of the Hoyt Marsh, and it would break my heart to see that marsh just boiled as it was in the past. Would I now push the red button so another motion could be brought forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Walsh is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that bodies of water over 10 acres are state-owned public resources, if I believe the rights of landowners who abut these resources do not outweigh the rights of the general public that use them, if I know that the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department, who also supports this bill, has never had to issue a violation to any of the OHRV riders on Hoyt Road Marsh. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know the current prohibition on OHRVs has all the signs of political favor for a special interest, would I now press the green button?
This House will be in order. This is a division vote. If you're in favor of the majority committee report, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Espethia? There we go. Thank you. Representative Roy, you're all set. Representative Long? Representative Harriet Gathright? Thank you. Representative Mann? Representative Levesque?
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 189 having voted in the affirmative, 158 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 611FN, an act abolishing fluoridation in water, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lisa Post for the majority of the committee. The committee amendment is 1392 in House Record 48 on page 106. The minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Chuck Grassi for the minority of the committee. The question is on the committee amendment 1392H. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recommend that HB 611 be laid on the table.
Representative Grassi moves that House Bill 611 be laid on the table.
Division.
This will be a division vote. Who requested a roll call? Representative Sylvia requests a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats. Roll call. everybody was still here. All right, the House will come to order. Representative Grassi is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that over 1,300 New Hampshire dental professionals oppose this bill and have said that the bill is dangerous, and I also know that the bill will add over $2 million per year for supplement support to HB 103 that we just recently passed, and in addition, additional medical costs and even greater in unknown hospital costs for the treatment of decay, pain, infections, as well as increased treatment. And if I lastly know that this is a bill of local concern and local option, would I press the green button?
Representative Ronzullo is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that 1950 is calling and they want their fluoridation procedure back so they can put it in a museum, and if I know that modern fluoridation treatments done in the offices of dentists are far safer, effective, and more controllable than haphazardly dumping a known toxic chemical into the water supply, and if I know that we will spend millions of dollars fighting fluorinated hydrocarbons in our water, yet deliberately add toxic fluoride salt to our drinking water. And finally, not finally, and I know if I know that this bill has been jacked around for 2 years, being tabled on a COVID all-nighter, being retained because of time constraints, and now a tabling attempt again with the bill coming out of committee each time with broad bipartisan support. And finally, if I know that this bill carries on the last term tabled bill put forward by the late Representative Dick Marple, who passed away before he could refile this bill, and it deserves the respect of a debate and an up or down vote, then may I ask that we press the red button. Thank you.
The question is on whether to lay House Bill 611 on the table. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Roy. Representative Roy, if you could just step a little closer. Representative Stavis, are you still here? Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 having voted in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The committee report is adopted.
My bad. I apologize. House Bill 611 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 153, an act establishing a committee to study universal Internet access for New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Michael Vos from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Lee Oxenham for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
A3.
Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 153 be laid upon the table.
Representative Vos moves that House Bill 153 be laid on the table.
Division.
A division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats.
Division.
Is there a PI over there?
Mr. Speaker, I do have a PI at A1.
A1. Okay, who's that? Got it. What's that? Representative Pimentel is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that universal high-speed internet access is as important today as rural electrification was 90 years ago, and if I know that universal high-speed internet access is critical to leveling the playing field for students and businesses throughout the state, and if I know that this bill establishes a committee to study the best ways to implement that access, would I press the red button and vote no so a new motion can be made?
Representative Vos is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this legislature is awash in study committees and commissions, and if I know that the issue of broadband expansion has been studied by at least a half a dozen committees in the last 15 years. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is a well-understood issue and that the federal government is supplying a lot of money for broadband expansion in New Hampshire as well as the rest of the country, would I press the green button to lay this bill on the table?
The question is on whether to lay House Bill 153 on the table. If you are in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McGee. Vote, please. Representative Bill Nelson, Representative Pearl, Representative Perez. Representative Rice, no. Representative Nutting Long.
You're okay.
Representative Testerman, Representative Walsh, Representative Tucker, Representative Tucker, you're all set now, Representative Tucker. It registered. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. (194) having voted in the affirmative, 151 on the negative. House Bill 153 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 167 FN, an act relative to net energy metering limits for customer generators and the purchase of output of limited electrical energy producers. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Nick White for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Kat McGee for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that House Bill 167 FN be laid upon the table.
Representative Vos moves to lay House Bill 167 on the table. Are your division votes been requested? This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats.
Division.
They're going the wrong way. That's all right. They bend. All right, the House will come to order. Representative McGee is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, thank you. If I know that New Hampshire's clean energy market ranks dead last in the Northeast, and if I know that artificially holding back the free market by picking winners and losers for net metered energy results in higher transmission costs, so it's penny wise and pound foolish, and if I get that prolonged inaction on support of local energy production leads to the heaviest consumer costs, like the New Hampshire Utilities predicted 40% increase in 2022 fuel costs, which we have provided no strategies to avoid, then will I now press the green button to pass a bill that would not transfer costs to non-producers, but rather establish a sensible way forward for the state of New Hampshire's clean energy markets to diversify our energy portfolio, giving consumers choice and limiting monopoly? Thank you.
Representative McGee, did you mean to say the green button?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is to lay on the table.
Yes, it is.
Then we definitely do not want to lay it on the table. So
That's okay.
Will you please press the red button so that another motion can be made? Thank you.
A true parliamentary inquiry. No, that's what I mean, it was. Thank you. Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill duplicates bills that were passed in the 2019-2020 session, and that those bills were subsequently vetoed by the governor and those vetoes were sustained, would I now press the red button, the green button rather, to lay this bill on the table?
Again, that's why we ask. The question is whether to lay House Bill 167 on the table. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Real quick, sir. Representative Rhodes, Representative Rice, Representative Lori Sanborn, Representative Verville, Representative Walsh, Representative Johnson, Representative Gay, Representative Gallagher,
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? Got one more.
Representative Johnson, you're all set. Representative Pearl. Representative Pearl. Just a reminder, if you're in the room, you have to vote. It's registered. Thank you, Representative.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 185 having voted in the affirmative, 153 in the negative. House Bill 167 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 172, an act establishing greenhouse gas emission reduction goals for the state and establishing a climate action plan. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Tom Lozash for the majority of the committee. I'm sorry, what? Loge, I apologize. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Lee Oxenham for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 172 be laid upon the table.
Representative Vos moves that House Bill 172 be laid on the table.
Division.
This will be a division vote. Members should probably still be in their seats.
Division.
Representative Vos.
Representative McWilliams is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire has successfully passed our initial climate plan targets, and if I know that we have exceeded the 25 by 25 target, and if I further know that we have accomplished this while significantly growing New Hampshire clean energy jobs and substantially growing the New Hampshire economy, and if I know that we have a window of opportunity to make New Hampshire a clean energy innovation hub by capitalizing on the coming boom in offshore wind, would I vote red to defeat the current motion so that a better motion for the future of energy jobs in New Hampshire may be brought forward? Thank you.
Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill was incomplete as filed because it talked about the benefits of a climate action plan, but it never talked about the costs, would I now press the green button to lay this bill upon the table?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 172 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bill Boyd. Representative Judy. Representative Kennedy.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 180 having voted in the affirmative, 159 in the negative. House Bill 172 is laid on the table. The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 308, an act relative to broadband access to pole attachments. Having considered the same, report the same with the resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative J.D. Bernardi for the committee. The question is on the majority committee report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 376, an act establishing a committee to study applications of microgrids in electricity supply. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative J.D. Bernardi for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Peter Somcich for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 376, I got that number right, be laid upon the table.
Representative Vos moves to lay House Bill 376 on the table. A division vote's been requested. Members should take their seats. Division! Yep. I don't think people went very far. The House will come to order. Excuse me. Representative Somcich is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members of the House, if I know that microgrids are a new vehicle for New Hampshire communities to build more energy flexibility and resilience,
And if I know that UNH and some of the other utilities have already been experimenting with this concept, and that we should document their experience, both good and bad, and that experiment has now come to an end, which needs to be solved. And if I further know that communities considering the community power option for their town might want to consider building a local microgrid as part of their future energy designs, and if I also know that today is the first anniversary of the January 6th attack, would I now press...
The House will come to order.
Would I now press the red button to allow for further discussion of this idea so we can consider it? Thank you.
Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Public Utilities Commission currently has a docket open to study this issue, and if I further know that the University of New Hampshire's experiment with microgrids is ongoing, and that our committee has committed to sending a letter to the university to get a report back on the progress of that study and that effort, would I now press the green button to lay this bill upon the table?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 376 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ammon, Representative Conley, Representative Egan, Representative Grota, Representative Harriet Gathright, thank you. Representative Muse, Representative True, Representative Turcott, Representative Yakubovich.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 184 having voted in the affirmative, 152 in the negative. House Bill 376 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 382, an act establishing a commission to study the utility rate structure of demand charges. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Fred Plett for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Lucius Partial for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that HB 382 be laid upon the table.
Representative Vos moves that House Bill 382 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. House Bill 382 is laid on the table. Thank you. I didn't know. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 394, an act establishing a commission to study the short and long-term impacts of pending national and regional carbon pricing mechanisms on New Hampshire's residents, agriculture, wildlife, natural resources-based tourism sector, and commercial enterprises. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Douglas Thomas for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Lee Oxenham for the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to lay House Bill 394 upon the table.
Representative Vos moves to lay House Bill 394 on the table. Division vote's been requested. Members, please take your seats.
Division.
Who's got the PI?
Probably not 549. It's his bill. Yeah.
The House will come to order. Representative Oxenham is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that regional and national carbon pricing measures are currently under consideration, and if I know that such regional and national programs will have real-world impacts on the New Hampshire economy, would I then support establishing a study commission to monitor these developments and ensure that New Hampshire is best positioned to maximize our opportunities and minimize any negative feedback by pushing the green button? Thank you.
Did you mean to say green?
Thank you, sir. I did intend to say red.
Sorry, I couldn't hear. Red, got it. Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that it is premature to form a commission to study what will happen if some pending national plan is developed, even though there is no consensus emerging about what such a national plan might look like, and if I know that our legislature is awash in committees and commissions, would I now press the green button to lay this bill upon the table?
The question is on whether to lay House Bill 394 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abrami. Representative Altshuler. Representative Avalani. Representative Baldessaro. Representative Di Silvestro. Representative O'Hara. Representative Moran, Representative Oxel.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 191 having voted in the affirmative, 151 in the negative. House Bill 394 is laid on the table. The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 410, an act establishing a committee to study the requirements of reporting by utility companies of information required for valuation of certain utility property for purposes of RSA 72. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Troy Murner for the committee. The amendment is 2216, House Record 48, pages 93 to 94. The question is on the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now is on the committee report of ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 543, an act establishing a commission to study nuclear power and nuclear reactor technology in New Hampshire. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative J.D. Bernardi for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Peter Somcich for the minority of the committee. The member from Durham, Representative Horrigan, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Back in November, I subbed on Science and Technology and Energy. I'm usually on Judiciary. It was an interesting day, good change of pace. And we disposed of 8, count them 8, Commission and Study Committee bills. I've sponsored some of those bills myself, but it's hard to get too worked up over these bills. The end result of these bills, typically a report which in rare cases no one ever reads, and it's pretty hard to find them even if you do want to read them. And there were 6 bills. 2 of them were not controversial. We just passed one a second ago. Another one's on the regular calendar. There were 6 more that were controversial. We just tabled 5 of the first 6. They were ITL'd in committee. And basically the reasoning boiled down to is nobody really cares about these issues anymore. There's no need for the committee. There's nothing more to be found out about them. And the five that we just tabled, those are issues that at least my constituents are very worried about. The reliability of the energy grid, climate change.
Can I ask the member to suspend for a moment?
Yes.
Thank you. It's getting really, really noisy in here. The member has a right to be heard. Sorry, please continue.
And finally, there was broadband, where I believe, maybe I'm misinterpreting, I believe he said, like, we already know everything there's about that topic, so there's no need to study it anymore. But certainly, I hear from my constituents all the time about each of those 3 topics, which brings us to the next one, this one, which is about nuclear energy. And I hear a lot about it from my constituents, too. We don't want any nukes. We've been living in the shadow of Seabrook for almost 50 years now. And, you know, we've had disasters in Pennsylvania at 3 Mile Island, in the Ukraine, in Chernobyl, and most recently, a few years ago in Japan, in Fukushima. We don't want that happening on the seacoast of New Hampshire. And there's a long laundry list of technologies, most of which it's fine if somebody wants to study them, but I'm not sure what a commission, New Hampshire Legislative Commission, could add to it, particularly with the resources we usually give those committees, which is basically nothing. So also nuclear power technology, it's not safe, it's not renewable, and actually it isn't even carbon free, despite what was said in the blurb. So we don't want nukes here in New Hampshire, and we certainly don't need another commission. As the chair of the Science and Technology Energy pointed out, we are supposedly awash in committees and commissions. So this is definitely one more commission that we, at least the people of New Hampshire that I hear from, do not want. So please Please vote red on the OTP so an alternative motion can be introduced. Thanks.
Thank you. The noise level is still pretty high. Yeah. The member from Portsmouth, Representative Somsich, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable members of the House, I ask you to overturn this committee recommendation for HB 543, which calls for a commission to be established to study nuclear power and reactor technology in New Hampshire. Regardless of your personal feelings regarding nuclear energy, you should consider that the goals of this commission are very broad and very technical, and that most of the issues referenced in this bill are not under the jurisdiction of the state of New Hampshire, but are in fact purview of the federal government. I have personally been a career physicist for approximately 45 years, including positions involving nuclear energy, radioactivity, and atomic physics. During that time, I had regularly encountered numerous scientists and listened to many talks on the very subjects mentioned in this bill. And to be frank, I would be very curious about reviewing many of them again after many years. However, I would consider this more of a science project that would be complicated, technically and very time-consuming, and not something that would have practical benefits for the state of New Hampshire. If such a bill were more focused on a very few specific issues that had relevance for New Hampshire, it might be worth studying these issues. However, in its current form, it is a bill that's addressing too many of these issues that the Commission would not be able to handle in a sensible time span. That is why I recommend that you vote to overturn the OTP recommendation by pressing the red button so that an IT motion can be made. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The member from Londonderry, Representative Thomas, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is not our father's nuclear technology. We're in 2022. There is new nuclear technology out there. Having recently returned from an NCSL conference as a member of the Energy Task Force, we received a briefing on the new nuclear technology, specifically small-scale nuclear module technology. It's out there, and it's usable. Even the Air Force is buying one and having installed up in Alaska. We need to look at the new type of technology that can really help our state. Even the EU has recently classified nuclear energy as green. Nuclear energy will have zero emissions. Now, it may not be in the short term, but we need to start a conversation on how we can adapt, if possible, any type of this new nuclear technology to help us produce zero emissions in a much more efficient way than we're doing now. The proposed commission would work with the Department of Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Department of Energy, and many other agencies that we have listed in this commission to talk about the theoretical, viable options that we can focus on. I urge the court here to look and adopt this commission that we can study this new technology and possibly even eliminate some of the nuclear waste that the current technology is providing. The committee voted 15-6 to establish this committee. I urge the legislatures here to vote green on this commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, D2.
Where?
Over here, D2.
For what reason does the member rise?
Will the previous speaker receive a question, please?
Sorry, he does not yield.
All right, thank you.
The question is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. Snickers bar. Not going anywhere for a while. Yep. The majority of the Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred House Bill 549, an act relative to the Energy Efficiency Resource Standard and the System Benefits Charge. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Douglas Thomas for the majority of the committee. The committee amendment is 2205 in House Record 48. Pages 97 and 98. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Peter Somcich for the minority of the committee. The question is on the majority amendment 2205H. The member from Concord, Representative McWilliams, is recognized to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. New Hampshire's latest 3-year energy efficiency plan would have produced significant cost savings for all New Hampshire ratepayers in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Why? Because energy efficiency is the cheapest form of energy. It's the energy you don't have to buy because you don't need to use it. The 2020 plan would have increased funding for the New Hampshire Saves program, which is a proven cost-cutting program with roughly $150 million to $350 million returned to New Hampshire citizens for energy efficiency projects. This would have insulated town halls, installed money-saving heat pumps in businesses and residences across the state, allowed our own small business owners to perform energy efficiency programs, and increased our small businesses who do energy efficiency work in this nascent and growing industry. This would have reduced electricity bills across the board for all New Hampshire residents, not just for the owners of the buildings who receive an energy efficiency audit, an insulation or blower door program, because the prices we pay for energy reflect our combined total use. These prices go up with increased use, especially in the highest cost peak periods. The authors of this amendment do not recognize that energy efficiency investments pay off year after year and provide accelerating value over time. The focus is on the short-term outlay when we need to look at the overall long-term results. If you switch out light bulbs that use 1/6 of the energy, or install appliances that are 250% more energy efficient, or you add insulation that keeps heat inside your building, you cut your energy use, and that cuts not only energy bills, but also the amount of energy needed across the grid. Energy efficiency cuts energy costs and prices. Let's be clear, this amendment does one thing. It cuts energy efficiency funding, putting cost-effective, upfront investments out of reach for towns, businesses, and families. The New Hampshire Saves programs are subjected to a rigorous cost-benefit analysis, which ensures that this program provides benefits that exceed their cost. On average, the return is a 2-to-1 for New Hampshire Saves, but frequently it's 3 and 4 to 1. It's estimated that under the 2020 plan, the system's benefit charge, which funds New Hampshire Saves, would save New Hampshire electric customers $525 million over the first 3 years and $1.3 billion with a B dollars over 10 years. We are currently experiencing peak utility costs in the winter in New Hampshire. All of our constituents can benefit from reduced utility costs. And yes, this is called the system's benefit charge because it benefits all users across the entire system. Passing this amendment would mean not making these cost-saving investments, and that means you're being asked to vote to increase ratepayer bills by hundreds of millions of dollars, over 10 years by over $1 billion, unnecessarily, at the expense of New Hampshire's businesses, residents, and economy. Please Fund New Hampshire Saves. Invest that money in New Hampshire and don't waste it. Build a thriving New Hampshire economy built on local businesses, local jobs, and Yankee thrift. Defeat this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Epping, Representative Vos, is recognized to speak in support of the majority amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority amendment, 2205, sets the funding mechanism for energy efficiency in our state, the system benefits charge, into statute. And it sets it at the highest level that it's ever been in its history. In addition to that, it provides a mechanism to increase the system benefits charge year over year by a stable and predictable amount. The 3-year average of the Consumer Price Index plus 0.25%. This will allow energy efficiency programs to grow in a stable and affordable manner and provides predictability to those programs going forward. But more importantly than that, the majority amendment will save ratepayers money. It will keep increases in the system benefits charge in an affordable range of some $5 to $10 million a year. Now that contrasts sharply with the energy efficiency plan that was proposed to the Public Utilities Commission about a year ago. That would have raised ratepayer charges by $30 to $70 million year over year. So what that means to you and I as average ratepayers is the difference between a $2 to $8 per month charge for energy efficiency as opposed to an $8 to $16 a month charge. But ultimately, the most important thing that the majority amendment does is it puts the legislature back in control of the funding mechanism for energy efficiency. Since this funding mechanism is essentially a tax on electricity, only the legislature should have the authority, or has the authority, the constitutional authority, to set that rate. Therefore, I ask the members to accept the committee amendment. It is the essence of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The question is on Majority Committee Amendment 2205. For what reason does the member rise?
I'd like to call for a division vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. Who requested the roll call? Representative Edwards requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats.
Roll call.
Nice one. All right. The House will come to order. Representative Pimentel is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker,
Yeah.
if I know this amendment cuts funding for cost-effective New Hampshire Saves programs from the projected levels of the 2020 triennial plan, and if I know that losing these investment dollars results in raising electricity prices for ratepayers across the system by hundreds of millions of dollars. And if I also know that this amendment does nothing to cut into the billions of New Hampshire energy dollars that are being sent out of state annually, or to cut our fossil fuel use, would I then vote against this amendment and push the red button?
It's really loud in here again. Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Amendment 2205 sets the system benefits charge at 2020 levels, which is the highest level it's ever been in the history of the state, and also allows for that system benefits charge to grow year over year by a formula that is both affordable and sustainable. And if I know that Amendment 2205 puts the legislature back in control of essentially a tax on electricity, would I now press the green button to support the committee amendment?
This is a division vote. Sorry, it's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ellis. Representative Marjorie Smith.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 187 having voted in the affirmative, 156 in the negative. The amendment is adopted. Bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Yep. Representative Mann moves Amendment 2299H, which would have been distributed with your packets. Representative Somsich is recognized to speak in favor of the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Speaker. While the minority is of the opinion that HB 549, even with the majority amendment, is still seriously flawed, we offer Amendment 2021-2299 as an important improvement. Ideas for it have been borrowed from suggestions made by one of our majority committee colleagues. This amendment addresses two critical issues. It addresses the request by the Public Utilities Commissioner's Office of Consumer Advocate to explicitly put into their legislation the existence and role of the Energy Efficiency Resource Standard, the EERS. And additionally, it includes a badly needed simplification of the rules around the system's benefits charge. But it firmly opposes the notion of setting low ceilings on that charge, which is the primary funding mechanism for New Hampshire Saves. This is the program that funds energy efficiency and renewable energy and is currently critically underfunded, often running out of funds by July 1st of each year. Therefore, this amendment does not include specific funding levels or a specific mechanism for annually increasing those funding levels. That is because we believe that funding levels should be increased significantly, and also because we have been assured by a senior member of the other body that the final version of HB 549 will undergo a complete replacement, at which time needed fixes will be made. That is why this amendment is only a small down payment on that improvement. We hope that will be made, and which is why I ask you to give it your support. So please press the green button to support Amendment 2299. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I request a division vote.
Thank you. The member from Stratford, Representative Harrington, is recognized to speak against the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of things I think we ought to get straight here, because we're dealing with myths here rather than reality. We keep being told over and over again, no matter how much money you spend on energy efficiency, it's never enough. If you spend $1 million, people want 10 million. If you spend 10 million, they want 100 million. The simple fact is that just throwing money at energy efficiency projects is not economically efficient. If you have to spend $1,000 to save a megawatt hour that you can buy for $50, that's not a good plan for anybody. So what backs this up? All we have to do is look to our friends to the south, Massachusetts, where they've spent money many times on energy efficiency what we've had. I believe it's in the billions of dollars now. And yet, the last time I checked, the Eversource rates for Eastern Massachusetts, this is the whole total rate, was slightly higher than the Eversource rates in New Hampshire. If throwing huge amounts of money in energy efficiency was the solution to lower electric rates, theirs would be much lower than ours, not slightly higher. So what does this amendment do? As was just stated, the approved amendment, the majority amendment, takes the authority for raising the system benefit charge and puts it where it belongs with the legislature. It is, in fact, a tax. Now, the system benefit charge is supposed to benefit the system, but a lot of the money has little or no benefit to the system, because when your neighbor's house gets insulated, his oil bill goes down, but his electric bill hardly changes at all. It doesn't have any effect on the electric system one way or the other. So they take this amendment would take that out and would return it to the what I assume would be the program that was rejected by the Public Utilities Commission as being not efficient and way too costly. So they want to put this thing in the Energy Efficiency Resource Standard into law. That's the standard that was rejected by the PUC because it was just way overpriced. So in closing, just remember, throwing money at energy efficiency does not necessarily save you money. Massachusetts is proof of that. The system benefits charge is effectively a tax, and the setting of that charge belongs in the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on, we've got a bipartisan problem here. Both sides are making a lot of noise, and it's really hard to hear the speakers there. I'm actually at the point where I'm trying to calculate the noise level because I'm worried that if I stop and say everyone should quiet down while one's speaking, will it look even-handed? It shouldn't be that way. We should care that they put work into their speech, that it's hard to go up there and speak in front of hundreds of people, and we should respect the work that they put into this and just be quiet and listen to them. I'm learning things listening to them, so let's just give them the respect that they deserve. All of us, please. The House will be in order. All right. Representative Somsich had asked for a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats.
Division.
I think they were mostly in. All right. The question is on floor amendment 2299H. Representative Mann is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there is no constitutional problem with raising the system's benefit charge, in that the Constitution gives permission for agencies to, gives explicit permission for the Public Utilities Commission or any other agency to raise the rates. And if I also know that the purpose of these energy efficiency projects are not just to save money, they also include reduction of CO2 emissions, which has effects that may concern our children and our grandchildren. If I further know that our economy, the New Hampshire economy, dumps $85 to $90 million per year to import heating oil, with the effects cascading down the economy. And if I further know that a program of competent energy efficiency work on the willing owners of homes and other buildings would begin to stem this outflow of money, and over the long run would produce an accelerating, and you have to do the math to see this, an accelerating growth of savings that outstrips the cost. And that the cost in any event is comparable to 1 or 2 or 3 LED bulbs. We're talking about kilowatt hours saved by the LED bulbs beating the system's benefit charge. And if you can't afford 3 bulbs, I'll show you how you can afford 20.
Member, suspend for a sec. This is supposed to be
yeah.
There you go.
Would I now press the green button to pass, or the red button to defeat the green button to pass House Bill 549 with my amendment 2022-2099, which is not what's on the display.
Close enough.
So that we can get control of our energy expense, our CO2 emissions, and so on. Thank you.
All right, the House will come to order. Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary. Representative Harrington is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment would try to restore the flawed program that was rejected by the Public Utilities Commission as being way too expensive, and I know it would remove the authority for raising what is effectively a tax, the system benefit charge, from the legislature and give it to an agency, would I now push the red button and defeat this amendment?
The question is on floor amendment 2299H. This is a division vote. Okay, making sure I have it right. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Johnson, Representative LaBranch, Representative Lynn, Representative Massimilla,
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. (155) having voted in the affirmative, 189 in the negative, the amendment fails. And we are back to the Majority Committee report of ought to pass with majority amendment. The member from Hollis, Representative McGee, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nice to see you again. House Bill 549 as amended does several things that the minority disagrees with. It lowers investment for energy efficiency at a time when the value of those investments is rising along with the rising fuel prices. It halts essential forward progress as though the benefits of the New Hampshire Saves program have not been proven. It calls for changes to the EASY Board's involvement and role in state energy planning, and that's a board that myself and my colleague from Epping are both appointed House representatives to. And those of us who've been in the legislature for a while know that stakeholder boards are a great deal for New Hampshire, and they are how we get incredible work done out of talented people for no money. So in that way, the EASY Board is truly an extension of our citizen legislature, except that in the case of the EASY Board, the members do often bring high levels of expertise to bear on the problems that we ask them to solve. So we think that the EASY Board should have that role in planning energy efficiency. They are not politicians by design. We see no reason to fix something that was not broken. The minority also takes exception to the redefining of rate setting as being the role of the legislative or executive branches of government, rather than the energy regulators who were supposed to remain separated by a bright red line when the new Department of Energy was sold to us as part of the budget trailer bill. So the minority does not agree with the thrust of the bill as amended. However, HB 549 does provide a vehicle to fix the drastic upheaval of the Public Utility Commission's November decision on the weatherization companies and utilities who administer the New Hampshire Saves program. Although this bill does not leverage the return on investment of energy efficiency to the degree that we believe the New Hampshire Saves program has earned, passing HB 549 today, although against our instincts, will allow the legislative process to proceed toward fixing what was broken by that PUC order. It will help restore the faith of New Hampshire small businesses who are counting on us to reinstate essential New Hampshire Saves funding. We ask you to pass this far from perfect bill so that it has a chance to become a rescue vehicle for all the uncertainty imposed on the dedicated men and women who weatherize our homes and love their purposeful New Hampshire-based jobs, because they know, and we know, their work has never been more needed. And I ask for a division vote.
Thank you. The member from Epping, Representative Vos, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my distinguished colleague from Hollis just pointed out, House Bill 549 will address a current problem with our energy efficiency programs. The Public Utilities Commission reset the system benefits charge funding mechanism back to 2019 levels as of January 1st of 2022. By passing this bill, those levels would be reset back up to the 2020 level, which, as I mentioned earlier, is the historic high for the state of New Hampshire. But more importantly, HB 549 addresses a significant problem for the lowest income ratepayers in New Hampshire. They suffer the most when electricity prices go sky high. That's because they pay proportionally more of their income for energy. So taxes like the system benefits charge are regressive by nature. And that makes it imperative that increases to the system benefits charge should be modest and they should be predictable. And that's what HB 549 does to the system benefits charge. Now, we all know that energy efficiency makes sense. Everybody should understand how it benefits their personal and professional lives. And therefore, some portion of SBC funds should be used to raise public awareness of the need for energy efficiency. And HB 549 does that by allocating to the Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Energy Board, the EASY Board, 1% of SBC funds for the purpose of promulgating information about the benefits of energy efficiency. We have to remember that people are somewhat reluctant to spend money on energy efficiency because the costs are upfront. You have to pay them first, but the benefits accrue over time. And so you don't really get what you pay for the day you hand over the check. And that's one reason why people don't rush out to do energy efficiency projects. Lastly, I want to close here by reminding people that if you look it up in the dictionary, a tax is defined as, quote, a sum of money demanded by a government for its support or for specific facilities or services, levied upon incomes, property sales, etc., unquote, or, quoting again, a burdensome charge, obligation, duty, or demand, unquote. By this definition, the system benefits charge qualifies as a tax because it is demanded by government and it's levied upon electricity sales. And I would remind you all that the New Hampshire Constitution authorizes only the general court to impose taxes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Somcich requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats.
Roll call.
The House will come to order. Representative Pimentel is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that funds raised through the Systems Benefits Charge pay for energy efficiency programs through the very popular New Hampshire Saves, and if I know that all our surrounding New England states are outperforming us in reducing energy demand through energy efficiency, and if I know that because we are falling behind, New Hampshire will continue to pay a larger and larger part of our New England's energy transmission costs, but if I also know that failing to pass this legislation will, if I also know that because of decisions at the PUC, that failing to pass this legislation will totally eviscerate the progress we have made toward reducing our energy demand, would I hold my nose and press the green button and vote for this bill?
Okay.
A little simple.
Representative Harrington, what's your
Yeah,
pleasure?
without holding my nose, I'll just say push the green button.
Okie dokie. The question is on the Majority Committee report. House Bill 549 ought to pass with amendment. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alisea. Yep.
All right. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. And the House will come to order. 343 or everybody voting in the affirmative and no one disagreeing. The committee report's adopted, and I think you all needed that moment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm at A1. Can I ask the remarks made on HB 549 put in permanent journal?
Without objection.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
What reason does the member rise?
I have a point of order. I have a question for the Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I need your help. I have been here for 25 years, and something happened today that I have never seen before, and I need you to explain it to me. A standing committee, the Judiciary Committee, had a majority vote on a bill with an amendment. And that was sent to the clerk's office many months ago. I believe it was still October when it was sent. And I know that the clerk and the speaker are very careful to make sure that the calendar is accurate and appropriate and follows our rules. Today, about 3 minutes before a bill was called, I was told by the clerk that you had ruled that a majority amendment, not a floor amendment, a majority amendment that has been in the calendar for ages was ruled non-germane. And I don't think I have ever seen that happen. I know I was not told until 3 minutes before. I asked the clerk, who was so courteous in telling me, if in fact the chair of the committee knew about that, and he said he did not think so, but he would go and tell the chair. And I was flummoxed, flabbergasted, I don't know what word to use. But the result of your decision is that there are women in this state who are going to have to go through a non-medical procedure.
Representative, that's not a point of order. You're trying to get into making a speech.
Then I will stop at this point and ask you just in a very respectful way, procedurally, explain to me how something like this could happen in good faith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will attempt to do that, Representative.
Thank you.
I had 200 bills that were retained, and unfortunately, I did not get to that bill right away when it was sent over. When I was looking at it maybe about a week and a half ago, and I took a close look at it, and I took a close look at the original bill, that's when I determined that if it came up, which it did not, if that came up, then I was inclined to say that it was not going to be germane to the subject matter of the original bill.
I thank you for your explanation, but I hope you understand that I can't quite get my mind around it as following the normal careful procedure that you and the clerk use. And I am distressed about it, and I wanted to make that point in the most respectful way possible.
And I thank you for doing that, Representative.
Thank you.
The clerk has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 15 to 20 of you were staying overnights tonight at the hotel. We've worked with the hotel to provide some flexibility on their cancellation policy to accommodate our situation of ending early. For those of you who have a single night reservation for tonight and need to cancel, as long as you have not checked into your room yet, you can cancel your reservation without any penalty. For those of you who stayed last night and would be cutting your reservation short by canceling tonight, you should also be able to cancel your stay for tonight with no penalty.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason did member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that the colloquy between the member from Madbury and the speaker that just commenced be placed in the permanent journal.
What? I was going to say without objection, but I hear objections, so we need to vote on it. All those in favor? A division has been requested, so this will be on placing in the permanent journal the discussion that just... Roll call has been... Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Roll call. What is before us is placing the discussion that just took place in the permanent journal. This is going to be a roll call vote. The House, the chair recognizes Representative Shurtleff for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I appreciate the colloquy that took place between the member from Madbury and yourself and the answer that you extended to her. But, Mr. Speaker, if I also know this is somewhat unique in the New Hampshire floor, the New Hampshire House, and it's the first time I've seen this in my 18 years that a bill would be ruled non-germane so close to the hearing on the floor. Would I now push the green button to have these remarks permanently placed in the journal for future legislators to be able to look at? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to place the remarks in the permanent journal. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor of placing the remarks, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Belanger. Representative Mackey. Representative Pearl. Representative Walsh. Representative Terosian.
Have all members voted that were present? House will attend to the state of the vote.
178 voting yea, 158 voting nay. The remarks will be printed. We have 7 bills left. 4 of those are off consent. So let's see if we can move quickly and get out of here. Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 355, an act relative to Keno. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Timothy Lang for the committee. Amendment 2152H, printed in House Record 48, page 91. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question before us now is the ought to pass with amendment on House Bill 355. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 364, an act expanding the definition of charitable organization to include fraternal organizations for the purpose of holding raffles. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Jordan Early for the committee. The amendment is 2123H, printed in House Record 48, page 92. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The question now is on House Bill 364, as ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 614FN, an act exempting the state and political subdivisions from payment of the cost of compliance with the Renewable Portfolio Standard. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Patrick O'Barry for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Richard Ames for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2238H, printed in House Record 48, pages 106, 107. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor of adopting the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Ames to speak against the committee report.
Thank you. So I'm here to speak in opposition to House Bill 614 as amended. This is a poorly and illogically constructed legislative proposal. As amended, the bill seeks to exempt all New Hampshire state and local government electricity consumption from continued payment of a fairly allocated use-based share of the costs of New Hampshire's Electricity Renewable Portfolio Standard. This means that these New Hampshire government electricity users, unlike all non-government users, will no longer pay a very small fee, currently set at 0.0053 cents per kilowatt hour, as the price of their continued participation in the state's Renewable Portfolio Standard program. As an unavoidable consequence of this categorical exemption, the fee for all non-governmental electricity users will increase, because paradoxically and unsustainably, the bill also provides that the non-paying government users will retain eligibility to receive funds and other benefits from the Renewable Portfolio System's Renewable Energy Fund. Government users will thus become classic free riders, reaping the benefits of the Renewable Portfolio Standard program while freed from sharing in its costs. The Renewable Portfolio Standards Renewable Energy Fund will also lose capacity to make a difference because energy provider alternative compliance payments, the sole source of funding for the Renewable Energy Fund, will inevitably be reduced by the fallout from this bill. Universal assessment on and payment by all users of a small renewable portfolio standard consumption-based fee is at the very heart of this successful 14-year-old program that has been helping drive New Hampshire towards the renewable and locally produced energy foundation on which New Hampshire's foundation must be built. Renewable Portfolio Standard governmental free riders will undermine and diminish the capacity of the Renewable Portfolio Standard to do its job. Assertions by House Bill 1614 proponents that consumers have been paying twice for the RPS, once in their personal capacity and again as taxpayers, are invalid. Individuals and businesses pay the RPS fee only on their own home or business consumption of kilowatt hours of electricity, while the fees on municipal, school, county, and state government electricity use are levied on entirely different kilowatt hours of electricity use. Despite claims by its sponsors, no meaningful evidence has been produced supporting substantial net property or other tax savings resulting from this bill. On the contrary, utility testimony indicates that utility administrative costs would go up because of this bill. New rate classes would need to be created, and ratepayers likely would for those reasons alone, end up with higher electricity bills. So I urge you to vote no on the pending ought to pass motion, and I request a division vote.
It's getting awful noisy in here. We only got a few bills left. Chair recognizes Representative Abrami.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to face the audience. It'll be a little, maybe they'll pay attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the OTPA motion on House Bill 614. The policy portion of this bill was reviewed by Science and Tech. Our job was not to redo that. Our job was twofold. Our job, and by the way, this bill passed over with a good vote on February 24th from the original policy committee, and it was referred to us in Ways and Means. What we did was we retained the bill, partly because to understand the RPS, we required a tutorial in how that all worked, in which Science and Tech was very helpful in doing that for us. But Mr. Speaker, our role in Ways and Means was really twofold. One is to answer the question, does this bill have the potential of lowering property taxes on municipalities and all other political subdivisions of the state? Political subdivisions are towns, their school districts, their counties, etc. And does it have the potential of reducing the demand for tax revenue from state revenue generating sources? That was the first thing we had to look at. The second was will this bill have a detrimental impact on the Renewable Energy Fund, which is a dedicated fund primarily replenished by all alternative compliance payments paid by the utility companies if there are not enough renewable energy certificates being sold by the renewable energy producers. Now, it took me a while to even figure out what those words meant, and I don't expect everybody to understand how this all works, but the underlying bill, which is the current House position, does three major things. It exempts the state and its political subdivisions from paying a portion of the electric rates that pertain to the cost of compliance with the Renewable Portfolio Standard. Fine. It states that providers, which are the distributors of electricity, shall not be subject to compliance for electric sales that have been exempted. This reduces the number of renewable energy certificates that the electric utilities have to buy. And thirdly, it states that a political subdivision of the state, but not the state, may, by majority vote of the governing body, elect to continue payment of the amounts as identified as cost of compliance with the RPS. Simply stated, these subdivisions can opt out of this program, of the exemption. Mr. Speaker, so that's basically the policy that we didn't change. That was the policy committee, was passed by this body. So it's kind of the House position. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Ways and Means Committee concluded the following. With estimates of electric cost savings to the state in the range of $400,000 to $500,000 annually and clear savings to political subdivisions, one example being Epping, that estimated it would reduce the electric cost to $3,000, potentially leading to less pressure to raise state taxes and local property taxes. This bill was seen as a win for all taxpayers of New Hampshire by the committee majority. Second, in assessing the fund, the Renewable Energy Fund. So the impact on the Renewable Energy Fund is very difficult to calculate, although even the PUC says in the fiscal note that there may be a decrease in these funds. But what they were really signaling is that they may or may not be an impact. The majority of Ways and Means Committee interpreted this as a possible but not a definite reduction. In the alternative compliance payments, which once again are the primary feeder of the fund, the amount of ACPs that must be paid by the utility distribution companies are driven by many underlying factors. It's a multivariate problem. It's very complicated. First, the weather. Hot or cold, rainy or dry, windy, not windy. Things that impact generation of renewable energy. The more renewable energy produced, the more reusable energy certificates that can be sold each year, and that differs year to year. Second, the overall amount of electricity sold, which also varies by things like the weather. A hot summer means more air conditioning use, for instance. The amount of energy sold dictates the number of reusable energy certificates that must be bought, which also varies year to year. Our RPS program has a regional market of 6 New England states and New York, in which the renewable energy certificates are bought and sold. The impact of this bill on such a large market, of which New Hampshire is such a small part, will be extremely minimal, to a point where the impact of the ACP payments will hardly be felt. Again, alternative compliance payments are paid by utility when there aren't enough RECs on the market to be bought. Evidence of the complexity of the variables that impact ACP's Department of Revenue source for the fund is the last 5 years of ACP payments. So if we look at fiscal years 2017 to 2021, those ACP payments in 2017 were 2.7 million, then it went to 4.8 million, then 3.4 million, then 3.9 million, then 2.2 million. So a range of anywhere from 2.2 million to 4.8 million over the last 5 years. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, this whole ACP thing and what funds the fund is very variable year to year. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will just say that the Ways and Means concluded that we feel that there will be a negligible impact on the renewable energy fund that will result from this bill. And I think I will leave it at that, Mr. Speaker. There were a few amendments, but nothing that was material to the bill. The original bill And with that, I hope everybody votes yes on the OTPA motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, A1.
Yes. Yes.
Will the representative take a question?
The representative does not take a question.
Thank you.
The question before us is the majority report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 614. Are you ready for the question? Okay, I didn't hear the division. A division has been called. Members will take their seats. Division! This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative McGee for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that House Bill 614 proposes that state and town subdivisions reclaim pennies in clean energy compliance payments in exchange for losing the ability to save thousands on their energy bills forever, and if I know that no one testified in favor of this bill or these dramatic cuts to our energy project funding, especially after they learned that as amended, HB 614 would make utilities exempt from paying into the Renewable Energy Fund that pays back those dividends on our energy bills. And if I know that the whole point of compliance payments is that they're designed to return more benefits to New Hampshire energy customers than they cost, just like our energy efficiency programs that were recently decimated at the request of no one, there will be a reduction in New Hampshire's ability to offer grants, and this will hurt our ability to move forward in this realm. Then would I be sure to push the red button to show that those who elected us see that we understand that wrecking a good policy is just as bad as passing a bad one? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Major for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this bill as amended requires that the state political subdivisions be exempted from paying the portion of the electric rates that cover the cost of compliance with the renewable portfolio standards, and that electric suppliers are required to contract for rates that exclude cost of compliance with the renewable portfolio standards. And if I know that any political subdivision, by majority vote of its governing body, may elect to opt in to continue payment of the amount identified as cost of compliance with the renewable portfolio standards, and if I further know that the policy portion of this bill was passed by the full House in February and referred to the Ways and Means Committee. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the majority of the Ways and Means Committee concluded that no appreciable negative impact to the Renewable Energy Fund would result from this bill. Then will you join me in the majority of the committee and vote green to pass this bill? Thank you.
Question is on the majority ought to pass as amendment on House Bill 614. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Belanger, Representative DiLorenzo, Representative Herbert,
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 177 voting yea, 158 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Committee on Criminal, we're on bills removed from the consent calendar. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 408, an act relative to employment restrictions for registered sex offenders. Been considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator John Bourdonnais for the committee. The amendment is 2177H, printed in House Record 48, pages 92 through 93. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Committee amendment, the ayes have it, and committee amendment is adopted. The bill's on second reading, open to further amendment. Representative Lynn is offering floor amendment 2294H, printed in House Record 52, page 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know it's late and we're all tired, and I appreciate your indulging me. I will try to be quick, but I think I need to give some explanation for why I asked that this be taken off the consent calendar. Currently, RSA 632A10 prohibits convicted sex offenders from obtaining employment or providing volunteer service in specific kinds of fields directed to providing services to children. That is, working as a teacher, a daycare worker, a coach, a boy or Girl Scout leader. And there's also some language in it that arguably could be applied more broadly. In 2019, the Supreme Court decided a case called State versus Proctor, which involved a convicted sex offender who after release from his sentence, opened his own landscaping business and hired a minor to work with him. He was charged with violating this statute. His counsel made two arguments. The first was that the statute only applies to a person who works as an employee or a volunteer, but not to a sex offender who offers employment or volunteer service as an employer. And secondly, that landscaping was not the kind of work that fell within the statute because it was unlike teaching, coaching, Boy Scout leader, etc. The court unanimously agreed with the defendant on the second issue and reversed his conviction, but said that the legislature could change the law if it wanted to. The amendment that was just adopted by the prior vote does just that. And it does so by prohibiting a sex offender from, and now it removes all the specific language about teacher and Boy Scout leader, etc. And it replaces it with this language, quote, sex offender is prohibited from providing any employment or volunteer activity that provides direct services to minors or supervision or oversight of minors, close quote. My problem with this amendment is that it goes too far. Under this amendment, a convicted sex offender would not be able to get a job as a checkout person at Market Basket or Cumberland Farms or as a waiter at a restaurant, because in each of these settings, the sex offender might have occasion to provide direct services to a minor. Virtually all sex offenders will eventually be released from jail. The question we have to decide is whether we want to make the prohibition so restrictive that we effectively prohibit sex offenders from getting any kinds of jobs that may reasonably be available to them. They're not likely to be interviewed for the next chairmanship of BAE Systems. These are the kind of jobs at Market Basket and Cumberland Farms and other places like that that are likely to be the only ones available to them. If we do want to make the restriction, if we do want to make the law that restrictive, then we effectively guarantee that they will spend their life on welfare, and you and I and our constituents will end up paying for it. The proposed amendment that I have offered avoids this problem by narrowing the statute so that it retains the listing of the specific types of prohibited employment or volunteer service in the current law, but also adds language prohibiting employment or volunteer service that, quote, requires the person to have regular contact with or supervision of a minor when other persons are not present. This, and that's quote, close quote, this would not prohibit working as a grocery or convenience store or at a restaurant, because normally such work occurs in a public setting where other people are around, and therefore the sex offender has little or no opportunity to take advantage of a minor. The language of my proposed amendment also is worded so that it covers both a sex offender who is seeking employment and one who offers an employment as an employer. I urge you to vote ought to pass on this proposed amendment, and then if you do, I would also hope you will vote to approve the bill as amended. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Verville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill was filed and had a committee hearing, and there certainly were issues identified with the original bill that it was too broad in scope. And a subcommittee was formed and worked very, very diligently to come up with the language that we have. I do not agree with the representative that just spoke. The language that we passed earlier, that is the amendment from the original bill, is for direct supervision or close proximity working with minors. So I don't agree with the previous speaker. This bill will allow you to have some of those jobs, but you can't be supervising or in direct, management over minors. This bill, as it appears on the consent calendar, came out of the committee, I believe it was 19-1. It was a bipartisan amendment. We had another issue, also unfortunately out of Deerfield, with carnival ride operators that are registered as sex offenders working unsupervised with children all day long. And the original intent of the law was to not allow that to happen. And the courts found the flaw in the language, and we worked very diligently to close that loophole. This bill does not only protect minors, but this bill also protects registered sex offenders, because that particular crime has a very high recidivism rate. And by disallowing registered sex offenders into an environment where they are more likely to reoffend protects the registered sex offender as well as the minor children of New Hampshire. I would request that this body not adopt this amendment and that we pass the amendment and the bill as found on the consent calendar. There was a lot of discussion in the subcommittee about how limiting this particular bill would be to registered sex offenders. And that's why so much time was spent on the language to ensure that it wasn't so limiting in scope that registered sex offenders could not find work to support themselves and their families, but also protect minors. And I believe that this amendment is a step backwards, and that we're going to have to come back at it again. And the trigger for coming back at it again is going to be on a minor that has been abused. And there we have served no one. To say that they can work with minors as long as they're not alone, you can't guarantee that. Things happen. Emergencies pop up and somebody has to leave quickly. And now we have the potential of that registered sex offender working in close proximity with minors unsupervised. You can't guarantee it. I beg this body to please reject this amendment and let us pass the bipartisan amendment that came out of the subcommittee and out of the committee with a 19-1 vote. Thank you.
The question before us is the adoption
Mr.
of...
Speaker, will the member yield to a question?
Will the member yield to a question?
Yes.
Member yields, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question. I read this, it says that the prohibition of anything that has direct supervision or oversight of minors. So, can you explain to me, or what's the difference, how that doesn't preclude the types of things that the Lynn Amendment addresses? Because it seems to me that this would preclude anybody from, say, working in a grocery store or working at McDonald's.
So I thank the member for the question. And all I can tell you is what the experts told me. So we had people from judiciary, we had people from criminal justice, and we had advocates that work with registered sex offenders. And we all worked on this language together. We all agreed on this language. There was no party from any side of this issue that didn't sign off on the language that's in the consent calendar. There is no need for further amendment from what the committee done. We trust our committees to do the work, to do the right work. I believe they did that. And so I'd ask you to reject the amendment. Thank you.
The question before us is the Lynn Floor Amendment 2294H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. What's that? Division has been requested. I didn't put the hammer down quick enough, I guess. The division has been requested. Members take their seats.
Mr. Speaker.
Division.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, we called the vote and the gavel came down.
I did not call the vote in time for the person to yell division.
Thank you. If I could do a PI, I'd be obliged.
This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Verville for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the committee spent hours working on this bill, and if I know that all interested parties in these matters were present and participated openly in those committee hearings, and that the language of the bill and the amendment contained in the consent calendar was agreed on by all parties, and that this is a good bill that will protect minor children of New Hampshire and will also protect registered sex offenders from the chance of recidivism without precluding them of employment opportunities, as has been suggested by others. Would I now not press the red button so that we could return to the original bill and the committee amendment that was 19-1? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is the Lynn Floor Amendment 2294H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Allegro. Representative Alicia Lekis. Got it now, thank you. Representative Page. Representative Notter.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 73 voting yea, 263 voting nay. The Lynn Floor Amendment fails. We're back.
D2.
Yes.
I have a motion.
State your motion.
I would like to re-refer this HB 408 back to criminal justice so that they can address the concerns with Representative Lynn. And we can hear this again. Thank you.
Technically, we can do it, but because the reporting deadline has already passed in this bill, and we're in the 2022 section, you would have to have a 2/3 majority to do that. Do you still wish to move forward?
Thank you. I'll withdraw the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now back to House Bill 408, ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted.
We're just going to recognize Daryl's going to come down and speak to this because it was transmitted incorrectly to us. It's an expedient to legislate, but it is in fact a mirror study.
Okay. The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 526, an act relative to the fine for the sale or possession of cannabis. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: that it is supposed to be, it was printed wrong, referred to interim study. Chair recognizes Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A little bit of confusion that we had on the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. Apparently, the calendar, or the journal says that it was an ITL, and actually it was supposed to be referred for interim study. And therefore, it was taken off the consent calendar, I believe, by a member, but we would ask that it be in HB 526 be interim study. Thank you.
It was reported incorrectly. The question before us is the committee report on House Bill 526 to be referred to interim study, not an expedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted as interim study. The Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 362, an act relative to domicile of students for voting purposes. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative James Quealy for the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Why does the member rise?
I have a motion. I move to table House Bill 362.
Motion is in order. Motion before us is to table House Bill 362. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. A division has been requested. The chair is unsure. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is on the tabling motion on House Bill 362. This will be a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. House will come to order, please.
Representative Post, you're all set. Representative Chrétien. Representative O'Brien. Representative Page. Representative Thomas.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 312 voting yea, 25 voting nay. House Bill 362 is laid on the table. This is it, the last one. Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 116, an act relative to personal delivery devices and mobile carriers. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation: the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Stephen Smith for the committee. Amendment 2198H, printed in Record 48, pages 78, 79. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Guthrie to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. It's always good to be the last vote. I'm glad that you can all see me. This is it. And I'll be as brief as I can, Mr. Speaker, although I wish I could be on a more positive note. So I'll just read my notes, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 116 is a bill that specifies much-needed regulations and limits for the use of personal delivery devices and mobile carriers. You can all see them on the internet. If you want to look on the internet, you'll see what we're talking about and what these vehicles look like. I ask that this bill be removed from the consent calendar because when I read the bill and the article, I was concerned that in some cases, it seemed to me to be an accommodation for what is being set forward by the delivery industry. Mr. Speaker, this bill allows vehicles that weigh up to 80 pounds plus their cargo to travel at speeds up to 10 to 12 and a half miles on sidewalks, roadways, crosswalks. We need to be more concerned with the safety on our roads and our pedestrians than this. As a selectman, I also was concerned with the lack of local control. This bill states in part, a local authority may not ban these delivery devices. Mr. Speaker, I think we will be better served to vote no on ought to pass and send this bill to interim study.
The chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason it's important to pass this bill is because in the absence of it, there are no regulations. Matter of fact, they're being tested on the roads and sidewalks right now. We had one rolling around out in front of the State House. Who contributed to this bill? The manufacturers, the industry, the operators, and the Department of Safety. So we don't need to study it more. We did that this summer and got all that input together. The weights and speeds that you find in the bill are what they use. We'll establish those parameters. Most importantly, we establish liability levels and require them to carry insurance. Right now, they can run around the streets of Manchester without that. So there's generally a misconception that without these regulatory packages, they can't go. Well, they can, they are, and it's important for us to get ahead of it. So please support the unanimous Transportation Committee report of ought to pass as amended.
The question before us is the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 116. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. I'm asking everybody to stay seated for just a few more minutes. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for third reading motion.
Resolved that the House now adjourn from the earlier session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that when they be passed at the present time and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The clerk has an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please, a reminder, please deposit your clickers at the various tables as you're leaving. Again, please wait as we do have a few more unanimous consents and announcements. For those members that we had to replace your clickers and your name is not on the back, please bring them forward to me when we've concluded. Thank you.
First of all, I think you all deserve a big round of applause for all that we've done in the past 2 days. When we were setting this up, we were unsure if we could get through all this in 2 days, and we've done it. We've got through it in 2 days. First of all, I want to thank the DoubleTree hotel staff, the audio and video people,
I want to really thank the law enforcement who has made sure that we've been kept safe, even though there was no danger. But most important, our general court staff. They have been amazing. The House will attend to requests for unanimous consent. The chair recognizes Representative Baldessaro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come here today as a veteran, a loyal, dedicated American, a citizen, somebody who served my country for over 22 years. I have many in this room, on both sides of the room, that served in the military, whether you served 4 years or you served 6 years or 20, 30 years like myself. I've got friends that served 1 term, 2 terms, 5 terms, 10 terms, up to 15 terms that I know that served in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, I have been heartbroken since August 26th. Mr. Speaker, fellow Marines that were called into duty over in Kabul, it was a sad day for us veterans. Many of you here in the left and on the right side here have relatives that served in the military. Many of you, just like myself, where I sat in the barracks after the Saigon evacuation and watched what happened on how we left Americans behind. Should have never happened. I sat at home, and the calls I got from fellow veterans that were so disgusted on January 26th. We gave up our ground, the airfield. That was one of the most fortified airfields in the world. We moved over to Kabul. We lost veterans that we should have never lost. 7 object your ass.
Okay,
Excuse
all
me.
right, okay.
I apologize. I'm sorry, I apologize. I should have never ever said that, but it's in my heart. I'm sorry.
Consent has been withdrawn. So the question is, shall the member continue to vote now? Hold on.
The House will be in order. Let's not end on a nasty note, please. Consent has been withdrawn. The question is now, shall the member continue? It's a vote. Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. Members take their seats. Division! A roll call has been requested.
You've already put the question. Members are taking their seats.
I've been informed, I've already put the question. Members are taking their seats. Besides, everybody's already standing up, so I wouldn't know who was standing and who wasn't. This is a division vote. If you're in favor of membering continue to speak and unanimous consent, you will vote yay. You press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
There are many members that have left, so I'm going to just read through this. If you're here, vote. If not, don't know what to say. Representative Adjutant, Almy, Baruti, Bartlett, Bollier, Belanger, Bourras, Bourdonnais, Connors, Chrétien, Chase, Callie-Pitts, Bunker, Bradley, Di Lorenzo, Di Silvestro, Egan, Goley, Gorg, Green, Herbert, Harley, McAleer, McWilliams, Ray Newman, Nuttarappam, Oxenham, Piedra, Peterson, Rung, Schamberg, Suzanne Smith, Timothy Smith, Toll, Wall, Wolf, Weston, Wazir.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. (213) voting yea, 77 voting nay. The member may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I was wrong for using that language here, and I apologize for that. But I'm not wrong for what I'm saying here, okay? Because I lost brothers and sisters. Many years out there lost brothers and sisters, cousins, or whatever we lost. I was there in the barracks, like I was saying, during that evacuation after. And it was disgusting what went on, where we left Americans behind. To see the same thing go on in our country has been tough for many. We have veterans committing suicide that served in all those tours that protected American beliefs. That should have never happened. I don't blame just the president, so don't take this wrong. I blame them generals. I blame the Secretary of Defense. I blame all of them, the State Department, because their failure to remember to bring home every American. All my years of training was to remember as a Marine not to leave one veteran behind. And that's what happened. So I have fellow veterans that I know around the country that are fighting, and I'm asking each and every one in this room, call these veterans up that are depressed over what went on, like the Vietnam veterans. We don't want to do a new generation of homeless veterans because of what happened over there on walking away. We must make damn well sure we don't relive what's going on with Saigon. Lessons learned. So take care and call and check on your veterans. There's no Republican Democrat in this. These are Americans that fought for each and every one of you in this room. Mr. Speaker, I ask to memorialize in a moment of silence when I am done on these veterans that were killed in Kabul. Marine Corps Lance Corporal David Espinosa, 20, of Rio Bravo, Texas. Marine Corps Sergeant Nicholas G., 23, of Roseville, California. Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Darren Taylor, Hoover, 31, of Utah. Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Noss, 23, of Cortland, he's 23, in Corrington, Tennessee. Marine Corps Corporal Hunter Lopez, 22, in Indio, California. Marine Corps Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, 20, Jackson, Wyoming. Marine Lance Corporal Dylan R. Marola, 20, of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Marine Corps Lance Corporal Kareem Nicole, 20, of Norco, California. Marine Corps Corporal Dagan William Tyler Page, 23, of Omaha. Marine Corps Sergeant Johnny Rosari, 25, Lawrence, Massachusetts.
Marine Corps Corporal Humberto Sanchez, 22, Logansport, Indiana. Marine Corps Lance Corporal Jared Schmidt, 20, Wednesville, Montana. And Naval Hospital Corpsman Max Soviet, 22, of Berlin Heights, Ohio. I ask for a moment of silence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
May we all remember those that served and died protecting us and allowing us to do what we do now.
Mr. Speaker, C3,
Yes.
I move that the remarks of the previous speaker be entered into the permanent journal.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, point
Yes.
of order, Diane Schuett at B2. I would just point out to the body that by the numbers, it's obvious that consent for the previous speaker to continue was bipartisan, and I would hope that that spirit will continue for ensuing speakers. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rogers for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 year ago today, we met in our kickoff House session in a parking lot in Durham. January 6, 2021 began as a day
Mr.
of
Speaker, I
triumph
object.
over adversity. We gathered with a sense of hope.
The member will cease. There has been an objection. We will have another vote. This will be a division vote.
Mr. Speaker.
Roll call.
Roll call.
I've already claimed, as I did on the last objection, that this will be a division vote, and I've already stated that, and I didn't take a roll call last time. I'm not taking it this time. This is going to be a division vote. Division! This will be a division vote. If you're in favor of the member continuing, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Same thing. Representatives Abbott, Adjutant, Bourdonnais, Belanger, Bollier, Bartlett, Baroudi, Bunker, Burrows, Cali-Pitts, Cahill, Chase, Chrétien, Cohen, Dutsey, Cushman, Egan, Ellis, Erf, Gorg, Gamarlo, Goley, Guthrie, Highland, Hunt, Harrington, Laflamme, Close, Kittredge, Ray and Sue Newman, McGee, Nordgren, McWilliams, Nuttarabu, Piedra, Porter, Post, Tiberge, Vincent,
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 119 voting yea, 140 voting nay. The member does not have the votes to continue.
The chair recognizes Representative Schultz under unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel a little awkward after that. I'm disappointed that folks weren't willing, at least a number of folks, to listen to my colleague and my state rep. It's very awkward to transition from that to what I was going to say. But I am also inspired, even though I disagreed with viewpoints, as the daughter of a Marine, the size of the representative's heart from Londonderry and the reading of the names of those who perished. I just want to thank him for that. So I've just made my transition even more awkward, but what I wanted to talk about briefly, and I've heard mention of Catholics multiple times from our colleagues across the aisle. For what it's worth, I'm a devout Catholic, so I'm going to throw a Hail Mary. We did not get to vote on the minimum wage bill. And, you know, I didn't expect to win necessarily, but I want to extend an olive branch. The economic crisis that New Hampshire is facing, the wage crisis, the employee crisis, we have to acknowledge the fact, even if we wouldn't go about it the same way, that all of our neighbors, Vermont, Maine, and Massachusetts, on January 1st, all over the national news, raised their minimum wage. Massachusetts is now double what New Hampshire defaults to with $7.25. Most of our population is on the border of New Hampshire with these states. Our employers do not have a level playing ground. The free market in New Hampshire suffers because of that. I would also like to point out that because over 144,000 working Granite Staters earn less than $15 an hour in this state, and we're the wealthiest state to default to $7.25, that it means we as taxpayers are paying for the public assistance that those full-time workers go on. As free market capitalists, why would we subsidize the wages that those employers should be paying? Because if just a few dollars an hour, they would not need public assistance. Some of us care about our tax bills. I would suggest, and I've heard the phrase, taxation is theft. What should happen in a capitalist society
Representative,
is those employers
the representative,
should pay a decent
the representative
wage.
Unanimous consent has been withdrawn. So we need to have a vote. We'll have a division vote on whether Representative Schultz can continue. This is going to be a division vote. If you're in favor of Representative Schultz continuing, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Right to all of the chair. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, the House will attend to the state of the vote. 75 voting yea, 127 voting nay. The member cannot continue. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purposes of the introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, and enrolled bill reports, and receiving messages. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The House is in recess until the call of the chair.